All right, what is up, everybody? Welcome. Should be a very interesting space. We are going to be doing a deep dive into the Charlie Kirk assassination, um, as well as the Thomas Crooks assassination attempt on President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania in 2024, and how those correlate to the quote unquote foreign nexus that Joe Kent was talking about yesterday on Tucker Carlson. Now, I've done some interesting research over the past 24 hours, give or take, and there's not a lot of publicly available information regarding the foreign involvement. There's some like snippets of news reports where it was mentioned and rumored, but there's not a lot of primary evidence, except for in the investigation of President Trump's assassination attempt. They were directly involved. We'll get into that in just a moment. Do me a favor, if you're listening on X, please please look or repost the space. If you're over on YouTube, please share this with your normie friends who don't use X. We're trying to expand our reach to a broader audience who might be captured by the legacy or the new media. And so share that YouTube link, hit that bell icon, and hit that like button. But yeah, definitely if you're in the space, we're competing with foreign botters, and I'm not going to bot thousands of numbers into the space. So we rely on good old organic, try hard American ingenuity. So go to the comments section, hit the repost button, share the space out, comment, tag me, tag Harmony if you have anything that you want to add to the conversation. I want to shout out my boy Hit Slap, hosts the best IQ and controversial topics on the platform. Make sure you're following him with notifications on. Absolute legend. What's up, brother?
What's up, Diligent Harmony? Thanks for having me. A little bit of a trouble getting on, but I'm connected now. So yeah, thanks for having me, brother. Looking forward to listening in. And as you mentioned, you do not bot your spaces, and looking forward to getting the news. So yeah, I'm here to listen in, and thanks for having me, brother. Really appreciate it.
Appreciate you, Harmony. Mic check. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Yeah, I've also had a lot to kind of think about. I mean, I had work a little earlier, but during work, I was even thinking about that interview. So I'll be interested to hear maybe what more people thought as well as your research. So I'm really excited. Thanks for having me.
Right on, right on, right on. Well, if you're down in the listeners, you want to hit join in the conversation, hit the request button, we'll bring you up. But yeah, so as we all know, Joe Kent, who is the former director of counterterrorism under the director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, he is a Trump appointee, um, resigned this week and said it was because of the conflict in Iran, that this was an unjustified war, that taking out their capabilities was totally reasonable, but an ongoing sustained war effort that's probably going to lead into the boots on the ground is not in America's best interests, and that he felt like President Trump was potentially under threat, which I thought was crazy, like for his life, or some kind of duress where he is acting into the favor of Israel instead of the United States. Now, there's been a lot of fallout associated with this war because of the attacks on the neighboring countries, but mainly because of the Strait of Hormuz, which is a major cargo trafficking lane and supply chain line for the entire planet, right? And so they have, ever since they've been attacked, they have had a stranglehold on the strait, and it's bringing more and more countries into the conflict. Today, the EU, Japan, and a bunch of other European countries all signed a declaration saying that they were going to uh, that they were going to admonish Iran. They declared that Iran was acting villainly, kind of, and that they were going to support any efforts to free the Strait of Hormuz. So there is a lot to talk about there, particularly two things that Joe Kent said yesterday, which I was incredibly interesting to me, right? Was one, when Charlie Kirk was assassinated last September, as the counterterrorism director, and he worked for the CIA. He is an 11 tours in the Middle East veteran, 11, and he is had the highest levels of classified clearance. And he tried to investigate the Charlie Kirk assassination and was stonewalled by the FBI and the intelligence agencies. He was restricted access to certain files regarding Charlie Kirk. He said, and I'm quoting here, he said that there was a foreign nexus that needed to be investigated that led from the Charlie Kirk assassination to a foreign country, and that he was prevented from fully investigating it. There were stones that were left unturned. Okay. And then he also said that he tried to investigate the Butler, and he said we, so I imagine it was his team. He tried to investigate the Butler assassination and was likewise not allowed to investigate. He was blocked, stonewalled again from looking into the Butler assassination attempt of President Trump. Why is this relevant? Well, I'll tell you why. Because according to him, he thinks that President Trump may be fearing for his life as a result of the Butler assassination attempt. And that the foreign policy, he alluded that the foreign policy that we're seeing play out now is a direct result of that fear, that leverage. So as Americans, it is not only necessary, but our duty to get to the bottom of this. And if our highest executive is living under threat and is enacting policy based on the whims of a foreign nation, we have a duty to seek that out and expose it and free ourselves if we're captured in such a way. So we're going to get into all of that. We're going to look into why he said what he said. We're going to take another look at the Charlie Kirk investigation and any foreign involvement there, potentially. We're also going to take a look at the Butler, Pennsylvania. We're going to focus on Butler first, because that's what I spent the majority of my time researching. We're going to take a look at Butler, Pennsylvania, and see what all, if all, any is, foreign involvement or Israeli involvement, as he was alluding to, with either one of those cases. So as far as the Butler, Pennsylvania thing, the official narrative so far, and do me a favor, go down to the comment section, hit the repost button. I see we have 27 reposts. Let's get that number up there. As far as the Butler assassination attempt, the story thus far, the narrative is that a lone gunman, Thomas Crooks, who has no prior history of violence, became radicalized online. We saw various online personas he was enacting with, with some like political rhetoric, either for or pro Trump. It was weird, conflicting messages there. One like Hitler comment or something. So they're trying to say he was anti-Semitic, so that clears him from being involved with Israel. He was a lone gunman. He acted alone, even though he went and trained at a gun range for months leading up to the assassination attempt and there was other individuals signed in with him, and those individuals' identities remain redacted today. His phone pinged at the block where the FBI headquarters is in DC, right? An FBI field office in DC. He pinged within 1,000 feet of this field office 2 weeks before the assassination attempt. He was in numerous foreign hosted, encrypted online messaging groups, right? that there's no reason he should have been in there. Now, I did some digging to try to ascertain what those messaging groups were because, again, they left that information redacted. There is so much. There was never a clear motive for this guy to go after Trump. Never a motive. Lone gunman, no one, not involved with any other person or any other foreign country, including Iran, right? Including Iran. And they have piles of information and evidence still obscured from the public, despite there being a U.S. House Representatives led investigation into the assassination attempt that was working in tandem with the Secret Service and the FBI and the DNI and the CIA and DHS. And with all of their powers combined, they couldn't even get into his cell phone. The most advanced, powerful, first world country in the world, and they can't get into a Samsung Galaxy? What the hell's going on here? Well, you know who was able to get into the phone? Israel, particularly Cellebrite. Cellebrite was a huge part of unlocking this guy's phone and deeming what intelligence was in there. And they helped come to the conclusion that there was no foreign involvement. Well, that's interesting. Well, I have a question. Why are we outsourcing the most important investigation? Well, until Charlie Kirk was assassinated, right? The second most important investigation, you could argue one or the other. One took a shot at our president. One took out the most prominent political figure in the country, right? Why are we outsourcing investigations to a foreign country when it is for our president? What does that say about our capabilities? What does that say about our reliance? Why is that? Why did that happen? Why did we need Cellebrite to unlock his phone? Why will we depend on a foreign country for that kind of intelligence, whether or not they be deemed our ally or not, just for the integrity of the investigation? Why would you not keep that close to the chest? I didn't know that until, and I remember this going viral on this, and I didn't pay as much attention to it because I'm like, you know, you have it's the Jews people, it's the Jews. And I just didn't pay heed that much attention to it because I just figured they were just trying to blame Israel. But now that I'm looking at this after Joe Kent's interview yesterday, well, it looks as if we need to take a look at it. It looks as if maybe we are compromised. It looks as if maybe we are hijacked in some way, shape, or form. Because our president is currently acting out in foreign policy that is antithetical to the platform he ran on for a decade. Tulsi Gabbard, for over 13 years, Tulsi Gabbard ran on a peace platform. She admonished action in Syria. She admonished regime change. In 2019, she ran against President Trump and Joe Biden. And she ran on a platform of no forever wars, no regime change. And she sat there in Congress yesterday and, I see the audio is gone. Just give me 1 minute, YouTube. Sorry, you guys. She sat there yesterday and did not say a word about what's going on here. She posted after Joe Kent, and she was close to Joe Kent. Like, they were really close. They had a camaraderie as veterans, camaraderie for their passion about the country. Ideologically, they're very aligned. There's tons of photos of them, tons of veterans, right? They had a camaraderie for their passion about the country. Ideologically, they're very aligned. There's tons, and they were close. So why didn't she have his back when the position he was taking was a principled one? He is anti-regime change, forever wars, right? He lost his wife in Syria, right? He has paid the ultimate price other than his own life. I can't think of a higher price than your wife. Lost his wife over there, right? So if anybody has a right to speak at this table or in this setting, it is definitely him. And regardless of the smear campaigns, a little convenient that the day he goes on Tucker and says, hey, there's a threat here. There's no real threat from Iran, or there was no imminent threat from Iran. We're doing this on behalf of a foreign country. There was no credible evidence that this was necessary. And it seems Trump is doing this at the behest of Israel. Israel is going to take advantage of the situation and take this war as far as they can go, because they want a permanent regime change in Iran, and they will do whatever they need to get it. It doesn't matter how many of us are sacrificed in that process, or the long-term effects that it's going to have on us as a country, our economy, our kids' futures, our safety when it comes to potential terrorist attacks. All of these things are on the scales. And he said that they are going to act in their best interest, and Trump is acting in their best interest, not ours. And when asked why, I'll play the clip of what he said. It's right here. Let me get it going.
The other option is much darker. I mean, we still don't know what happened in Butler. We don't know what happened with Charlie Kirk. And by no means am I saying the Israelis did this or any of that, but I'm saying there's a lot of unanswered questions there. And there is enough data to at least say that there's a good chance that President Trump feels like he is under threat.
There is enough data to say that President Trump feels like he is under threat. So you have somebody with the highest level of clearance inside the Trump administration telling you that there's intelligence data that Trump's life is under, or Trump feels that his life is under duress. How is that possible in 2026? What does that say? That should scare every single person, right? Like in the country, right? To just that's I couldn't think of a more troubling statement to hear, right? That the leader of the free world's life is under duress, and the policies we're seeing enacted out are likely a result of that fear. Who's running our country right now? If Trump is being threatened and he's making decisions based on that threat, he's doing it at the whims of another entity. Who's running our country? Under Biden. Biden wasn't running the country. Who was running our country? Who's still running our country? We have to know. This is a decentralized constitutional republic with democratic values, where we are governed by we are ruled by the consent of the governed. And if that's not happening, we don't live in a free country. We live in something else. Go down to the bottom right corner, repost the space. I want to get some thoughts. I will get into the specifics of what I found in the Butler case. I want to look into Cellebrite, why our government is outsourcing the most important investigation of this century outside of Charlie Kirk. Why are they outsourcing to Israel on that? It's a really good question. We should be able to do that ourselves. If not, then we have a problem. David, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think you missed it a little bit when you said that it was right after this rumor that he was going to be investigated or was being investigated was right after he impugned maybe a little bit or implied that that Israel initiated the conflict with us and basically we took orders, because I think what really triggered it was when he said to Tucker the thing about Charlie Kirk's investigation. And I want to remind everyone, this guy lost his wife. This is a combat veteran. If you as someone who is married to the absolute love of his life, if you lose that, you've lost everything. They can't take anything more from you. You no longer think, oh, will I lose my job? You no longer think, oh, will I lose my money or my bank account? When you've lost the thing for which everything else pales in comparison in value when combined, then yeah, you're probably just going to say the thing. And the guy's a combat veteran on top of that. So it takes a lot of courage. I think we should stop saying that America is the land of the free and the brave. I think we should say we're the land of the brave and the free, because we were brave before we were free. That's how that works. And that's how it's got to work again. And I agree with you, my friend. It just totally looks like that our whole government is captured. I don't watch hearings anymore. Do you watch them? I mean, you watch them as a citizen journalist, but do you think the majority of Americans think anything is going to come of anything? When I watch Tulsi Gabbard quibble over the word imminent threat, as though it isn't her job to tell the president what's an imminent threat, and all of a sudden it's not, and she's going to wordsmith this, and she looks like she's making a hostage film. All of them do. And again, like you said, the fact that our president, the anti-war guy, has had a veritable personality change. He looks like the Manchurian candidate. He looks like he's one of the people that's saying Raymond Shaw is the most kindest, most lovable person that I've ever met. I mean, it's really willful ignorance that's required in order for us all to not see that our government is captured. And just when the SAVE Act is supposedly going to pass, save what? It's gone. We're going to determine, we're going to have good elections to determine which person is compromised by a foreign government. And let's not forget, we haven't finished with the Epstein thing. And these are the same people. So everything you said, I co-sign on. I think for everybody else in the room, what we just watched with Joe Kent is way bigger. This is a bombshell. This is giant. This is huge. Someone else of courage, some man or woman, and I hope it's a woman. I hope it's a woman that embarrasses the other men. Some man or woman is going to come out and back this guy up. Somebody else high up is going to come out and say, you know what? I'm going to pick this side. I hear the tom-toms in the street, and I'm going to pick the right side of history. And I want to die in my bed knowing that I spoke out like Joe Kent. So I don't you think someone, what do you think? Don't you think another shoe is going to drop? Someone else is going to come out? What do you think about that, Diligent?
I really, it's the cascade that we need. We need that domino effect. I think that courage is contagious, and if it's going to happen, it's going to happen very soon. And I also think, I hope it's a woman. I hope they find their strength and they understand sacrifice, and I realize, whoever does this does so at the detriment of their livelihood and their life and potentially their families and maybe even their very survival. So, regardless of what they say about Joe Kent, all today they're calling him a traitor. I posted this morning, I said, protect Joe Kent at all costs. And I saw all of these accounts that don't follow me. Isn't it amazing how that happens? That don't follow me posting he's a traitor. He leaked in documents, yada yada yada, which being investigated. Trump was investigated. He was indicted hundreds of times, right? So he he hasn't been convicted of anything in the United States. We are innocent until proven guilty by a jury of our peers. That has not occurred. He is an innocent man. Therefore, you don't know that he's a traitor, but we do know what he said and that he quit on principle. And I find him to be compelling. So unless you have, unless you have primary evidence that he leaked classified information, shut the hell up or bring the receipts. That's what I say. And so I think he's a hero, regardless of whether or not he's virtue signaling or grandstanding or doing it for political reasons. The fallout's real. The threat's real. I think that this is a net negative for him personally, and that he took a big risk by speaking out when nobody else would. Go ahead, Beardson.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? Hope you're doing well. Can you guys hear me okay? Everything coming through clear?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Cool. Yeah, this Joe Kent thing has been really interesting to watch, especially with the Tucker interview coming out yesterday. I do find it kind of funny though that nobody really talks about Joe Kent and his past, and everyone's just sort of taking everything that he's saying at face value. And I mean, I'm not trying to insult anybody up here. You guys are calling him a hero and everything, but this is a guy who in 2022 and 2024, when he ran for a position in Washington, denounced his opponents both times for not being sufficiently pro-Israel enough. This is a guy who has worked for the CIA. It's funny how everything is a conspiracy, but you have a literal CIA agent coming out and saying these things, and you guys just sort of like buy into it, hook, line, and sinker,
Why
without
doesn't
doing any
that
sort
count
of
in his
due.
favor, my friend? Why doesn't that count in his favor? If
Working
he was
in
anti-Israel all along, wouldn't you be
he,
denouncing him?
I thought if he had the same position, no, I wouldn't. If he had him as a maintained a position the entire time, no, I wouldn't be denouncing him. Do you not find it very suspicious that most of his adult life he has been very pro-Israel? He was pro-war in Iran.
I don't
Even
find that suspicious
Well,
at all.
I think
even as of last year, he was applauding Trump publicly for his strikes in Iran. Okay,
well,
and now all of a sudden it's not suspicious to any of you people that now all of a sudden, once there has become this sort of movement to sort of galvanize this position that war in Iran is bad, that Israel has an undue
Well,
influence in
let
our
me play back
country.
your.
hold
Let
on.
me.
Let him. Hold on. There's too many people talking at once. Let him finish his statement and have a. I do want to real quick while we're paused. I do want to say I think you're conflating something. He is not anti-Israel. He said that during his Tucker uh, Tucker interview yesterday. His position on Israel hasn't changed. He is anti-war, and that we are doing this on the benefit of Israel. So two things can be true at the same time, which is he can still be pro-Israel, but he can also be against U.S. intervention in a war that doesn't serve the United States. There's a prioritization occurring there that I think it's important to, because he did say, I am not anti-Israel yesterday,
Well, that's even.
specifically,
But that's
verbatim.
even. Is that not even worse then? That he's not even giving you guys any flowers at all, and you're still
What do you
glazing
mean,
him
you guys?
endlessly.
What do you mean, you guys?
I mean, you guys, as in you people up here right now. That's what I mean.
I mean, I
I don't
don't
think he
have
knows
I
us.
yeah, he doesn't know me. I've never met him, never talked to him.
Right,
I
but
yeah,
but
I'm
you're
not
speaking.
responsible. I'm
What are you
not
talking? I mean,
responsible for this
but
war.
you're up here speaking favorably for him, and he's not even giving any sort of
I am
concession at all
so let me
towards like
okay,
an
stop.
ideological.
Here, stop talking over me. If you ask me a question, let me answer it.
This
So
is crazy.
just don't talk over me. If I'm trying to respond to you. You ask me
You're
a
talking
question,
over
I'm
me.
trying to answer
I
it.
can't even make one point
You
without you
asked
guys
me a
talking over me.
question,
What do you
bro.
mean?
You literally asked me a question. Okay. Did you not?
No, what are you talking
You
about?
didn't?
I was clarifying what you're saying. I haven't even been able to finish my point. Like there's a larger point that
All
needs
right,
to be
so
made
so
here.
let me. I was well because there was interruptions going on. I paused it. I'm the host. That's what I do. So, anyways, I'm clarifying my position. I am acknowledging his actions yesterday, regardless of anything else. He has created a wave of skepticism or bolstered the skeptic narrative in the United States of the Iran war and our association with Israel in that regard. Is this really benefiting the United States, or are we doing this at the behest of a foreign entity? Regardless of his past or anything else, just based on that merit alone and the effect that it's had, I appreciate it.
Yeah, but I mean, do you really think that this is a selfless act? That's kind of what I'm getting at. Everyone is treating this as if this is some sort of selfless act. The war in Iran's already very unpopular with everybody. This isn't something that's like a controversial move to make, and if anything, this is going to help his career, especially considering the fact that obviously JD Vance is set to run in 2028. Joe Kent and JD Vance are very good friends. You know who else is very good friends? Joe Kent and Tucker Carlson, which is why so quickly, they have somehow managed to film an interview and have it published not a day after he resigns. And it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest if Tucker Carlson had a lot to do with Joe Kent resigning. You know who Tucker Carlson's also very close with? Peter Thiel. Do you know who Peter Thiel is? He is responsible for JD Vance
Yeah, we
getting
know
in
who
the
he is.
position that he's in. And all of this is connected, and nobody seems to want to put the dots together. And everyone seems to be sort of distracted by Israel. And don't get me wrong, I'm very skeptical and critical of Israel, but we also have to look at the war that's going on in the home base too, where there is this sort of coalition forming in the United States around this Palantir mafia. And nobody ever really seems to talk about Palantir and the influence that they have in the White House right now, and this sort of new
You haven't been in
coalition.
this space enough because Diligent Spaces have been talking about that for
Okay,
months and
okay.
months.
Thank you, old lady. I appreciate that.
All right, so you're not gonna be rude in my spaces. You've had a lot of the floor time. I don't care if you sit on my stage either. You can drop down. I'm about to drop you down if you don't start being respectful. So I've been covering Palantir since they came up on my radar during my Epstein investigation last year. I would just have you go search Palantir or a straight line and the greater than symbol, and then look at where I did full threads showing all of the individuals in the Biden administration and in the Trump administration, as well as all of the individuals in Congress throughout both of those presidential terms that have ties to Palantir, especially the Trump administration right now, the cabinet, every single one of them. Pam Bondi used to lobby for I can't think of the firm right now, but a lobbying firm that represented Palantir, as well as so did Susie Wiles, right? Stephen Miller has a $3 million investment in Palantir in his son's name, right? So I know all about the compromise in this administration with Palantir.
Well, you don't, because you're up here glazing Joe Kent, who's clearly a part of this Palantir mafia. That's kind of the point that I'm making.
Well,
here.
I don't care, bro. I take what I can use.
But that's what I'm saying. You should.
Right,
That's what I'm saying. You should care. It's
we take what we can use and we leave the rest, right? Like you can sit there and be like, oh,
But that's so short. That is so short-sighted, though. That's the point that I'm making. Like you're thinking about this. Like the issue is not that like we need to get the.
You think that less? Let me ask you this.
Oh my God! Let me just finish.
Let me ask you some questions.
Let me just finish my point.
No, I will let you finish your point in just a moment. Okay, just a moment. Mute your mic. Mute your mic. Keep it muted.
No,
okay,
you people fucking suck.
I'm gonna ask you one question, right? And then the floor will be yours for like 3 minutes. I'll give you 3 minutes uninterrupted. If anybody interrupts you, I'll toss them from the space. Okay? Do you think that less public pressure about Iran and Israel's influence over our foreign policy is a good thing or a bad thing?
I mean, this is like, again, just so short-sighted. Like, you guys are mouth-breathing conspiracy brain retards who watch like Candace Owens.
Okay, so he's a homosexual. Thank you for acknowledging that. Appreciate having you on the space. Let's go to.
May I?
That
yes,
was
go ahead, David.
so brutal.
Yeah, I know. I feel like that I have to teach people how to think. The great thing about a citizen journalist, first of all, I'm not one, and so I'm so grateful that Diligent is they actually can follow a lead, And when someone comes on this, and they get discursive and it's like they're shrooming and they're like, what about this? What about that? And what about connect the dot? Dude, you're connecting nothing. Citizen journalism means you stick to one thing and you think about that. We'll have a space on Palantir, and you'll notice it's going to be that. We'll have a space on Charlie Kirk, and you notice it's going to be that. This is the way it works. Whenever someone's trying to bullshit you, you notice that they're all over the place. They can't make it like the subject's on the whiteboard. Let's make sure we stick to the subject. What evidence do we have? Like you said, what primary evidence? And they just can't do that. And why? This guy doesn't like the truth. And by the way, we've all been to this show. The guy that comes in, oh, why are we talking about this? Why are we talking about that? The Soviets used to do the same thing that he was doing, which is anybody that challenged their incredibly brutal authoritarian power was somehow had an ulterior motive. I'm from the People's Republic of who gives a shit. When Chelsea Manning, who's politically opposite from me in every way, revealed that our soldiers were calling people from a helicopter, citizens, It was damaging to our military, and of course, Julian Assange paid very dearly for releasing that to everyone. But I was glad that Chelsea Manning did that, and everybody went after his or her motives for years. But I'm like, well, I'm glad that the person did that. I'd rather someone do the right thing for wrong motives than the wrong thing for right motives, and that's what we're talking about here, my friends. And who really needed Joe Kent to say it for you to already believe Israel was controlling it? You know why? Because they never gave a good reason why we went into this war. They never actually supplied a good reason. When they tried to say there was some evidence, people actually on the Armed Service Committee said, no, we've never seen any of that evidence. We've never seen that they were an imminent threat to us. And by the way, that's all the way up to this day. And the second thing is they kept changing the story. Is it nuclear? Is it not nuclear? Is it some other thing? So clearly we all see that Israel is running it. And then the last thing, and I'll leave it with you, Diligent. The last thing is you're saying that there's an inconsistency in Joe Kent's past and what he's doing now. Really? How about Donald Trump? I mean, Donald Trump, it's such a sea change in where he is now versus where he ran on. He ran to reveal, not hide the Epstein stuff. And he's literally obfuscating on the Epstein stuff. He ran no more foreign wars, no more regime change wars. And now, I mean, this personality change is greater than if Chuck Norris came out as a tranny. I mean, it's unbelievable. And then for someone to come into space and say, oh, Joe Kent, he thought this way and he thought this way. Dude, get your house in order. Look at your people. Question authority. And if not, shut up.
100%. 100%. Mandy, thank you. Go ahead, Mandy. Correct me or fill in the blank, if you will.
Yeah, so Pam Bondi, when she was with Ballard Partnership, Palantir is one of their clients. It's a Ballard Partners though. And
It is.
really quick, everyone, make sure you go down to the bottom right hand corner and repost this space.
I'm from the People's Republic of who gives a shit.
Thank you, Mandy. Appreciate you. Love you. Ballard Partners. It was on the tip of my tongue. I knew it's a lobby. It's a major lobbying firm that's tied to the CIA. It is tied to Palantir. It is tied to a lot of these government contractor, intelligence government contractors. Pam Bondi worked for them. Susie Wiles, who is Trump's chief of staff, worked for them, right? So there is a lot of links. And if you go search Ballard Partners, you should be able to find that thread where I highlight the connections in the Trump administration with Palantir. That guy is, I don't know what the hell he was talking about. Obviously, he has a problem with Candace Owens. It was what a weird thing to say during the conversation. Little weird. Not gonna lie. Harmony, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I'm kind of bummed out because I think if like more emotions didn't get involved in that conversation, it could have been more of a like productive one. And for the most part, I personally hate to admit it, but I don't watch Candace Owens, and I do. I'm very selective with like what David said, how you kind of like connect the dots, and I do appreciate Diligent that you are able to kind of like talk to somebody on a layman's terms. Because one thing I wish that like full disclosure or whatever that is could be like faster, but there's so many different levels of where people are at, and I am somebody that like cares about having a good conversation that you can't really get anywhere else. So, yeah, I hope he comes back and maybe we can have a different like
I
discussion.
removed
But
him from the space when a little quickly. Let me allow him to join.
Nah. I got a question for you though, Diligent. So speaking of investigative journalism, has anybody come out and refuted? Has anybody important come out and refuted what Joe Kent said about the Charlie Kirk thing? Like I know they called him names, but has anybody come out and said, no, the FBI didn't block that investigation or something like that?
Nobody is directly well. So the FBI did refute it the first week that. So Joe Kent didn't come out directly and say it. Somebody in the administration said, "Hey, DNI is getting blocked from investigating Kirk, and Kash Patel and the FBI are also holding files." Well, then the FBI, after that story broke, 3 days later, that story broke on the. It was a few days later. The story broke on October 29th. It's on my profile. I quote posted it yesterday. And then 3 days later, 4 days later, the FBI made a public statement, said that's not true. They're all working together. Kumbaya, everything is good here, nothing to see here. And they directly contradicted that story. And then come to find out later, he comes out Tucker yesterday and completely confirms that it was true that he was getting blocked, not only with Kirk but also with Butler, Pennsylvania. And so they did try that narrative before. Instead of contradicting it, what we're hearing is that he's a traitor and that he leaked information, and his wife is a Russian spy, and all of these smear campaigns that we know happen when you're over the target that didn't occur until he told the truth. All right, this is how they do whistleblowers. So but yeah, I haven't seen any direct refutation of his statements. Have you?
No, I haven't. In fact, I'm going to go look now on Thomas Massey's line and see what has Thomas Massey said about Joe Kent, because I know that we still are waiting for the Epstein stuff, and that kind of breaks my heart, for all of it. But Thomas Massey needs to do this with these other things. Like, we need to see, if they're closing the investigation on Charlie Kirk, for instance, like the extra, beyond the Tyler Robinson part, then we should see all those files. And the same thing, I've wanted to ask you for maybe about 3 or 4 months. Once I found out that the FBI never released all the information about the dancing Israelis, I'm like, well, why would they not release all that information? And it was kind of like Thomas Massey. I said this to him in a post. I said, because he does follow me, so sometimes he'll like it. I said, why don't you do the same thing with 9/11 that you did with the Epstein stuff? Because we're all being lied to. And I don't know, like, I really respect your citizen journalism, because, I'll just say, okay, I think Israel killed Charlie Kirk. But you'll say, and I totally respect this, David, we're not there yet. We don't have all the evidence. We need more evidence. Okay, well, our government should be with us on this. And the fact that they're stonewalling and telling us there's nothing to see here, when obviously their narratives don't add up. So the only thing we can ask for is, please let the truth set us free. Please give us the information so that people like you can parse through it and find out what's really true and what's false.
Yeah, and somebody made a good point in the YouTube chat. They said, "Whatever happened to maturing your position as more information is presented to you?" Right. So if my position has definitely matured since Trump was elected. Right. Like, I've changed a lot based on the information presented to me. When I saw that they were going to try to bury the Epstein files and tell us there's no there, and I couldn't do it. I was confronted with, either you maintain to your principles and shift your position based on new information and evidence, or you sell out. And I couldn't co-sign letting peds walk free, elite peds walk free. I couldn't do it. So that was
And didn't you vote for Trump?
I voted for Trump. I advocated for Trump. I moved to Pennsylvania to vote for Trump and to encourage other people to vote for Trump. I went to most of his rallies last year. I often hosted spaces at them, and did everything I could to convince people to vote for President Trump. I went to the southern border. I hosted his son in the spaces. I did everything I could.
Just think
And
about this. You've got hundreds of thousands of followers, and themselves having all these followers listening to you, and they're listening to one Trump voter talking to another Trump voter, and we're totally red pilled about all this. We didn't change. Remember, Ronald Reagan said, I didn't leave the Democrat Party left me. In other words, his principles stayed the same, and it's just like you just said. So much for a cult, right? The only cult that we have is that we're loyal to the principles of liberty and freedom and truth and the American way. And it's these people that are departing from it, not us. I mean, That's pretty damning when people are sitting on spaces going, no, I voted for this guy. And I'm totally, totally red-pilled and disappointed.
The thing that troubles me the most is, is I was saying yesterday, I was like, is he compromised somehow? Is he leveraged somehow? Or is he being threatened? Or is he doing it complicitly? Joe Kent's statement right here, man. I think he's being honest. I want to listen to it one more time. He signals that Trump is being threatened.
The other option is much darker. I mean, we still don't know what happened in Butler. We don't know what happened with Charlie Kirk. And by no means am I saying like, the Israelis did this or any of that, but I'm saying there's a lot of unanswered questions there. And there is enough data to at least say that there's a good chance that President Trump feels like he is under threat.
So he's saying that there's evidence that President Trump feels like he's under threat. And he wasn't willing to call out Israel, but he said their name. Right? So
it was kind of calling out Israel, by the way, when he said
was.
that.
Yeah, it was. He's like,
you know what? Someone put a big dent in your car, and I'm not saying it was diligent, but we really need to look into this.
You need to go check and see if there's paint on the other car.
Yeah, I'm kind of saying it's diligent,
I just to be clear, I haven't hit anybody's car. Never know. Do me a favor, everybody. Now we got more people in here. We are discussing. I'm going to kind of reset the space. We are discussing Joe Kent's revelations yesterday that President Trump feels like he is being threatened. His life is being threatened. He said that in conjunction with the Butler assassination attempt, and he brought up the fact that he was stonewalled by Charlie Kirk, and he also brought up Israel's name. He also said that when he was trying to investigate the Charlie Kirk assassination, that the trail of evidence led him to a nexus, a foreign nexus. Those were his words. And we're going to get into what that means here in a little bit, that he was not allowed to fully investigate. He was prevented by the FBI and by the intelligence agencies from looking into that fully. And he was our counterterrorism director of national intelligence, counterterrorism director with the highest level of clearance and access that you can have. And they restricted his access to these files for those two cases. And it's up to us to try to figure out why. And if President Trump, if his life is threatened right now, the American people deserve to know about it. We deserve to know about it. And we have to figure out if it's true. One, is it true? Two, who's doing it and why? And three, or how, who's doing it and how? And then we also have to figure out how to free ourselves from it, right? Because we're looking at a really dark future on the path we're on with all these global conflicts. We're looking at not just us. Think about your children. Your children's lives and futures are at risk right now because of this threat. We have to figure out what it is, how it's happening, and how we can stop it. Let's go to Terry. Go ahead, and then we'll go to Miss Lou. Terry. Miss Lou.
Sorry.
Oh,
I'm here.
Go ahead, Terry.
Question. Someone said that there was some connection between Palantir and Kent. What was that?
Yeah,
That was
Beardson.
That guy was in here earlier. He alleged.
That was something I kind of wanted to touch on too, is that you kind of have to pay to play, don't you, to get in farther into things? And I'm not trying to say that, it was right, but like David was saying earlier, I mean, it's good that things are coming out now the way they are, even if that was in the past. There's only so much that you can do without actually having to pay your toll, I guess. Is that fair? Is that a fair assessment?
Well, Diligent took a look because I asked what, how much money does Joe Kent have? And it's, his total net worth is $1 million, which, that would include.
It was $900,000.
Yeah, home and everything. And that tells me, I mean, that's a lot of money, don't get me wrong, but for those folk, that's nothing.
Yeah.
And it's nothing. So it tells me he's not on the take, which doesn't surprise me. And I was just kind of surprised to hear that, someone was throwing shade on him about, payments from Palantir. I didn't hear that, but I just wondered what he did say. So he was kind of a goofball and doesn't seem like he's got anything other than, just throwing shade on everything. So
Well, let me
no.
well, he kind of exposed his agenda when he's like, Candace Owens conspiracy theorist on his way out. So had nothing to do with the conversation. So let's I will so I asked Grok, I said, what if any links are there between Joe Kent and Palantir Technologies? And Peter Thiel is the main link. Palantir's co-founder and current chairman of the board personally donated to Kent's campaign. Specifically, Thiel contributed the maximum allowable individual amount, approximately $5,800, to Kent's 2022 Republican congressional campaign for Washington's 3rd District. This was part of Thiel's broader financial backing of several Trump-aligned, quote-unquote, America First candidates that cycle, including heavy support for J.D. Vance. I believe it was like $10 million. And Blake Masters. Kent's campaign also received support from other national Trump backers like Stephen Wynn. These details appear in campaign finance records and contemporary reporting. No other substantive connections exist. No evidence that Joe Kent has ever worked at Palantir, consulted for them, served on its board, invested in it, or had any other direct business dealings. No corporate or PAC donations from Palantir Technologies to Kent's campaigns or related funds like his Victory Fund. Track top donors to those efforts come from unrelated entities, Albertsons, Boeing employees, etc. Kent's post-CIA private sector work was with an unrelated small contractor, sometimes vaguely described in profiles as military contractor or training firm, but it wasn't Palantir. Kent's background is hold on, let me finish. Kent's background as a former Green Beret CIA paramilitary officer and until his March 2026 resignation, director of National Counterterrorism Center, naturally intersects thematically with Palantir's core business. Palantir provides data analytics and AI software, e.g. Gotham and Foundry, under major contracts with the U.S. intelligence community, Department of Defense, and counterterrorism efforts, / agencies and missions where Kent spent much of his career. Palantir has its roots in the CIA-linked venture funding via InQtel. There is no, other than that donation, which was a part of a swath of donations for Trump to get into Trump's circle in that time between 2016 and 2024. There's no other documented ties. So I don't know why he was on that train because of that one donation. I mean, that's kind of that's like a weak link. I mean, yeah. Okay, he donated $5,600 or $5,800, but I mean, how far does that really get you?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of money in real people's lives, but for a political donation anymore, especially from a billionaire, that's not big money. If it was a lot of money, would be 25,000, 50,000 on up.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Miss Lou.
Oh, yeah, by the way, the self-described gamer cool boy, that was what was in his profile, who called me an old lady, he better be careful. And I welcome him come back to have a conversation, like Harmony said, because I'm going to have Hitch Slap run a comparable IQ test against him and myself. But be that as it may, I do want to say, Diligent, that you brought up a very good point, which was the absolute height of the position that Joe Kent had to what he could know. And I also, which was extremely high and obviously extremely knowledgeable, Okay. He did not trash Trump at all in that interview. In fact, he sounded more worried for him than anything else. Okay, so I want to say one thing about this investigation into the so-called leaks that he did. First of all, yes, he's going to be investigated for leaks, and that started before he did his letter, granted. But also it is stated that while they may investigated him for leaks, they're also investigating his office, which also is a big term, his office, which could well mean that leaks are coming from others or someone else. So we can't sit there and claim that Joe Kent is the leaker when we don't even have full evidence of that one way or t'other. And that's all I want to say. Thank you, Diligent, always for these spaces.
Yeah, show me the receipts that he's the leaker. Where's the receipts? Famous, what's up, brother?
I'm doing well, thanks. I'd like to, if you give me 1 minute, introduce a little sidebar. What that guy did when he showed up here, it matches perfectly with a term I recently learned from Hitch Slap, the Gish Gallop, which is just to spray a whole bunch of random topics into a discussion. I'll read from Grok. I'll make this real quick. The Gish Gallop, also
Yeah, he was
called,
trying to derail the space. Go ahead, continue.
yeah, the Gish Gallop, also called shotgun argumentation, is a debate tactic in which one side floods the opponent with a large number of rapid-fire claims, many weak, irrelevant, misleading, or outright false, faster than they can possibly be addressed. The goal is to create the appearance of an unassailable position while exhausting the opponent's time and attention. It exploits the asymmetry between making claims, which is easy, and refuting them, which is time-consuming. In short, quantity over quality, volume over substance. I think it's real good to call out those tactics as we see them. That's my 2 cents. Thanks very much, man. I'll land.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we all know that he wasn't a serious actor, right? He was not a good faith actor. So that's yeah, I don't want to spend a lot of time talking about him. Let's go to J Doggo. Go ahead. JD Galore.
Oh, so Palantir is Facebook, aka LifeLog 2.1 plus AI, and I wouldn't trust none of that shit for anything. And you're right. It's funny how the funding went right into their pockets. Um, you should bring that dude back up because it was very telling. You know, you get a feel for the world around you, and what he said was extremely disrespectful. And that's all I gotta say,
Oh,
man.
yeah, I'm not trying to continue talking about him. Do you have anything to talk about the topic of the space?
You know, fuck, man. So there was an Israeli, no, excuse me, an Iranian person that was arrested 2 days before the assassin that took the
Correct.
shots. You know, so that's
But
kind of
according to the
funky.
FBI, he wasn't involved with the assassination attempt.
Yeah, but they cleaned the house. They cleaned the, yeah. So you got to take your phone to Israel, even though the software's made in America and the hardware's made in South Korea. I mean, what are you doing? You know, it's just so crooked. I'm all over the place, but I'm just like, I don't know, man. It smells so funky. I don't know what to believe anymore. That's just how crazy it's gotten. Just like that day talking shit. Like, it's crazy. What?
All
It's like
right.
we're in a weird timeline. I'll leave you alone. Have a good night.
Thank you, JD. All right. So I do want to get back to now that we've been distracted long enough. I do want to get back to Cellebrite. Now, Cellebrite has been came up in my research, and I remember all of the posts done about this around the Butler assassination attempt. There's a whole lot of quote unquote conspiracy theorists who are talking about Cellebrite who are going to be like, we told you so. Right. And so I want to give them their flowers. Shout out to all of the people who were thinking critically and investigating every angle, even if it was because they had a bias towards Israel or whatever. It doesn't mean that their work shouldn't be credited. So when Joseph Kent was talking about why Trump is doing what he's doing, he alluded that Trump may be, he feels like he's threatened. He said they had credible data that Trump feels like he's threatened since the Butler assassination attempt. Now, he didn't say by who. Of course, he says, I'm not saying it's Israel, but that's the only name that he mentioned. So we'll sorry, we'll leave you to draw your own conclusions. I'm gonna read this here. So Thomas Crook's cell phone. They had well, let's just get into Thomas Crook's. I'll show you the problems with the Thomas Crook's case. So, according to the government, Thomas Crooks was a lone gunman with no known motive, greater motive that tried to take out President Trump at Butler in 2024, the summer of 2024. I covered that live. I also went to Butler for his other rally after that, and he the official narrative is that there is a lone gunman. So here's the official narrative. On July 13th, 2024, in Butler, Pennsylvania, 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks acted entirely alone as the lone gunman. He used his father's AR-15 style rifle from the AGR building roof, fired 8 rounds, grazing President Trump's ear, killing Corey Comprator, injuring 2 other people, and was killed by a Secret Service counter sniper. No co-conspirators, no foreign direction, no second shooter. Confirmed after a global FBI probe that involved over 480 agents, 1,000 interviews, and 13 devices. Motive undetermined. After all of that, after a year of investigating, half of a thousand FBI agents, over 1,000 interviews, and 13 of Thomas Crook's devices, and they were never able to determine an official motive. That's a gaping hole, right? So let's go to the anomalies. Congress only received a partial or redacted version of the files from the FBI when they did their investigation. 13 devices were accessed. They had found foreign accounts, digital. Crooks had messaging accounts that he was communicating with people with that were based out of Belgium, as well as, where were they? Belgium, Germany, and the Netherlands, which is a hotspot for intelligence and terrorist networks. They were mentioned, but the content of those encrypted messages were never disclosed. So they were also kept from the public. So the FBI stonewalled on the devices and its information. We don't know what evidence they withheld. We just know that they withheld evidence. They withheld the encrypted messaging apps, what apps they were, what the contents of those were, and what the context of those were. We also saw inconsistent statements from key figures from the Secret Service on the roof security, resource requests, and threat assessment and intelligence sharing. There was illogical statements and internal contradictions. How a 20-year-old with no prior record executed a sophisticated recon and IED prep while exploiting exact security cascade of failures, right? He has no history in the military. He had no formal training. He has no criminal record, but he was able to use a drone to surveil and plan the location without getting caught. He walked around with a rangefinder without getting caught. He loaded a bag with a rifle and climbed on the roof. The only clear shot at Trump in the whole place, and they didn't have it scoped. They didn't have anybody on that roof, and he was able to, because of a whole cascade of failures, was allowed to get in and get the shot off. There's chain of custody discrepancies. The body was released and cremated 10 days after, while the investigation was ongoing. The FBI showed up the day. It was that day or the next day, and was washing blood and evidence off of the roof, even though that they said they couldn't get up there the same day to protect President Trump because the roof was sloped. And I mean, it was barely sloped. Obviously, he got up there. Rep Higgins noted that an inability to examine the body, and there was also a bunch of this crime scene processing. Like I said, they washed the roof off. Limited public forensics, early narrative shift on foreign ties that faded. So there is a lot to say there. There's a motive vacuum. So I have Grok use my truth seeking framework. There's a motive vacuum there, officially undetermined 20 plus months later, or 20 months later, despite full device access and global investigation, encrypted overseas accounts in Belgium, Germany, and New Zealand, content and purpose never publicly disclosed, near total public absence of Crook's digital footprint for a 20-year-old digital native who lived online. Extreme security cascade. He had a rangefinder and a suspicious person report with 60 to 100 to 90 minutes prior to the shooting, and that was ignored. AGR roof left unsecured. Separate command post. CUAS failed during his drone recon, and comms blackout. Withheld primary evidence. Full raw phone forensics. Complete radio transcripts, unredacted 302s, and full drone imagery. All of that shit has not been released to the public. Of course, the body was cremated. The IEDs were prepared in a vehicle and home, but unused, over-engineered for a claimed loan profile. So they found explosive devices in his car and in his house, and they said that the sophistication of those devices lent to a professional building that he didn't do alone. There was also, he spent time at the gun range training for the event. There were other individuals logged on those gun ranges next to him at that same time, and those names have been redacted from the public. And of course, early media adjacent reports of foreign bank Iran ties that just completely have vanished from the official narrative altogether, right? So all of these things to say, there are massive gaps in that narrative. When I had Grok do a confidence score in the official narrative, it landed at 31%, very low band, major holes and contradictions backed by insufficient primaries. So the confidence score based on the evidence in the official narrative that Crooks was a lone gunman is only 30%. To be clear, that's lower than JFK. So just going to give you an example there. All right, go ahead, Julian. What's up, bro?
I was going to say something to the notion that Trump feels threatened. I mean, anybody who went through that situation, if you you have to assume that they're not just going to try and kill you once. So I don't see why he would ever stop feeling threatened, for the duration of his presidency, unless maybe they caught exactly who was behind it, but they're telling us that's not the case. Or they're telling us they caught crooks, but obviously from everything you just went over, we know that's not the case. It reeks of what happened with JFK, from the lone gunman down to excessive investigation, the withholding of files. It's almost like the same playbook again, as I see it.
My question is what do we do if that's the case? If Trump is being threatened, if his life is threatened, how do we resolve that?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know if we can. I mean, aside from completely getting out all the rot in the government that would allow this, the fact that they're labeling it a cascade of failures by the Secret Service, I don't think that's really possible with the way they operate. So if there is a cascade of failures, I believe it would have to be intentional. I could see some failures, but not so many that it would lead to such a catastrophic event. It just doesn't make any sense. Like you said, the lies, oh, they couldn't get up on the roof because it was sloped. Well, Crooks got up there and took a shot just fine. The blood being washed off the next day, it's the same thing we saw with Charlie Kirk. A couple days later, they were replacing the concrete. They said that work had been planned months in advance. Then it came out that wasn't the case. It just seems to be kind of like the MO of how this foreign nexus, as Kent put it, operates.
You think I just want your opinion. I'll let you speculate. Do you think that it's possible that Israel is the one threatening Trump?
Yes, definitely.
Why?
But I've heard people who were in the government before, like former congressmen, who talked about receiving veiled threats, or they know of people who've been threatened. And when you brought up the Iran bank ties, my first thought was, well, if it was Israel, they would want to point it toward Iran. So why wouldn't you open a bank in the kid's name, or at least fabricate records that would appear as if he had an account? I mean,
Well,
that's my
and if
view.
that and why abandon that narrative unless you can't pull it off, right? unless Iran can um unless Iran can, disprove it somehow. I don't know. It's weird that they abandoned the Iran narrative so quickly. Makes me think that there is probably some evidence there that would likely reveal what was really going on. The way that they left everything redacted and didn't share it to the public, or even they didn't share it with Congress. You
Right,
know,
and that's I remember Trump saying that in the beginning when it first happened. He was saying he said something to the effect of him believing that it was Iran that attacked him, but now we're being told no, it was just a lone gunman. So why would you? It can't be both. It just can't be both.
Mav, what do you think? You there, bro?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. Actually, I was making myself a dinner sandwich. But I was
All right.
talking. I was talking about the. If you're talking about Joe and Tucker's thing, I believed him last night. And then listen to Tulsi's testimony when they asked her about the imminent threat. The fact that she looked like she was constipated, and normally she's so confident, and then she would just keep responding with, "Well, it's up to the president to determine if it's imminent or not." That there was like a red flag that Joe was telling the truth, and she was having a hard time not answering that question. And I wouldn't be surprised if she comes out in the next week or so, or resigns or something, because she did not seem like she was happy in the position she was in.
I think if we see a resignation, I think it's going to be her as well.
Can I say something diligent?
Yeah.
All right. This is probably the first time I've been allowed to speak because I was in a space a little while ago and they were going back and back and forth. And I really appreciate what you're doing and how you do it because, it's going to take a concerted effort to defeat what we're up against. And I'm sure I'm not telling anybody anything new. We just learned that the world's actually ran by a bunch of satanic pedophiles. And I'm having a hard time trusting just about anything as a history major. We're born, we don't know anything. We're not like monkeys. We don't crawl out and know how to feed ourselves a banana. We're taught everything to believe. So later in life, I was a history major, and I'm finding out now. My feelings are hurt. I'm finding out that probably 75% or maybe even more of what I was taught was fact. It's not true. So I'm doing deep dives. I'm everything from religion to history. But Diligent, you sound like you have been in these files. I've got a little bit of experience. I was a boxing coach for 16 and a half years, ran a training camp, had the heavyweight champion of the world in there with me at one point. Hurricane Katrina hit the Gulf Coast and it wiped out all of our gyms. So I had some downtime. I decided to get with, I'm sure you guys know Chris Hansen, Dateline NBC To Catch a Predator series. I got with the group that did that, Perverted Justice. I was a decoy online for 2.5 years, miserable, dark years. I lost faith in humanity. I couldn't eat, I couldn't sleep. I had dark rings under my eyes. People kept telling me, stop, stop. Why are you doing this? And I'm like, somebody has to do it. So basically, that's where I'm at now, Diligent. I know you go around just like I do, and you say to somebody, what do you know about the Epstein files? They know literally nothing because the media isn't talking about it. Nobody wants to hear it, and I understand it's not for everybody. You can't go into these files deep without seeing the pure evil that is in them. And that's what blew my mind, the satanic element that is involved. These people are still worshiping Baal and Moloch.
Well,
And they're still
can we reel it back
yeah.
into?
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, talking about Trump being compromised. Now I know it's a far-fetched theory, but it's just a theory. I have felt like he's been compromised ever since this. I voted for Trump 3 times now. The last time I felt like he did a pretty tremendous job for the first 3 years before COVID hit and shut down the whole world. And I'm beginning to think that that wasn't planned as well, because when you go into the files and you
I
see
want to
that,
reel it back into
yeah.
Charlie Kirk, Butler,
Oh,
and the
hey,
assassination
I tell you
attempt.
what,
And
I really wanted to talk about Charlie, actually. I was just going to mention that these files that I got into yesterday, when I start talking about, uh, I, it's kind of implicating, as far as like these being psychotic and rats, and he's going to take everybody down. If he goes down, he's taking everybody with him. And this is Epstein talking to Redacted. But on Charlie Kirk, I'll try to be quick. Charlie, I didn't watch a lot of Charlie Kirk prior to, I would say 2018 maybe. My better half, she followed him on YouTube and everything. I always thought Charlie was brilliant, a savant, if you will. He had an ability to retain knowledge, information like a computer. So when Charlie was killed, it did something to me, and I know it did the same thing to a lot of other people. It made us stop and say, okay, we're at a point in time in history where people can't even be honest and express their own opinions. Now, that last year that Charlie Kirk was speaking, he was hammering on the October 7th Hamas attack. Hammering. They are deleting this guy off the internet slowly but surely. They've taken all of his videos off of his main platform up to November of this last year. And they archived them. They'll tell you they archived them. I mean, speaking of it, I just received a Turning Point thing wanting me to send money with a picture of Erica Kirk on there, and it's like ridiculous looking, and it just repulses me.
all right. Thank
So,
you.
all right, well,
You're all over the place. You're all over the
Israel,
place.
Israel. Charlie Kirk was very pro-Israel for as long as I could tell. But in that last year, when he came out and was asking questions, and he was called an anti-Semite and a Jew hater right off the bat. And this was one of the biggest proponents of the pro-Israel movement that we had in this country. And Charlie Kirk had such a broad base of young people. He had the youth folks, and I just feel like Diligent. I really do apologize for rambling, man, but I've had nobody to talk to about these things because nobody wants to hear it, or it seems that way. But I feel like they had to silence Charlie before he actually took to the mic, and I think that was his second question with Hunter Kozak, if I'm not mistaken, which I feel like that was a setup because the kid was practicing his reaction in the arena before Charlie even got there. So no, I just feel like there's a lot of moving parts, and it actually could be a collaboration because didn't Netanyahu call Charlie the day before after that group text message about
He
leaving?
did. He did.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you glitched. It's glitchy. Sorry about that. Hit the request. We'll get you back up as soon as we can. Thank you so much. Let's go to Yitz. Welcome, Yitz.
Hey, thank you for bringing me up. I just wanted to say this Larry guy who was speaking a moment ago.
Let's not talk about Larry since Larry's no longer up on stage.
Okay, but can I discuss his ideas?
Oh, well, I want to reel it back into Charlie Kirk assassination investigation getting stonewalled and potential Israeli involvement in both of them, or foreign nexus, if you will, that Joe Ken alluded to yesterday in his interview with Tucker Carlson. You want to talk about that? Because that's what I want to talk about.
Well, I did not watch the Tucker Carlson interview, but I was personally there for the Butler assassination attempt of President Donald Trump. And I believe 100% there was Crooks, Thomas Crooks, just as I believe that it was Oswald who killed Kennedy. As far as Charlie is concerned, everyone should remember that this was a Christian he loved Israel, he loved the Jewish people. He wrote his last book, was a book on keeping Shabbat, the Jewish Shabbat, and he dedicated it to Dennis Prager. So how anyone could think that he was going to be anti-Israel, or that, why would if the Israelis were behind it, why not take out Tucker Carlson now, or Candace Owens? they're now the new prominent voices. Why not take them out, for example? I mean, Israel has no problem taking out Khamenei, Nasrallah, Haniyeh, Sinwar, but we can't get in the zones. I mean, you know, I mean, clearly these people just, with all respect, they're just
Notice he said
delusional.
we.
I'm sorry?
Notice he said we. He said we can't get. This guy represents Israel. And I think it's funny to say, I was there with Crooks. How would that give you any information as to who was behind Crooks doing what he did? Of course, it wouldn't give you
Yeah,
any
well,
information. You wouldn't have any, hold on, you wouldn't have any information. And the second thing is, well, you answered your own question. You said, Charlie, why would they do this with Charlie? He was a major supporter of Israel. That is exactly why they would do it, because Charlie Kirk said three things. Three things that, by the way, according to Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israelis, are anti-Semitic. Thing number one, Epstein was working with Mossad. That's right. That makes Israel our number one enemy in the world. That means the same people who are requiring our politicians to propitiate right there at the Wailing Wall and buying them are the same people that they are running a blackmail operation against American politicians using children, the assault of children, in order to extort them to support bombing other children in Gaza. So that's number one. So that's absolutely anti-Semitic, according to Israel, not me, according to Netanyahu, not me. Anti-Semitic thing number two, the October 7th narrative is a lie. What did Charlie Kirk say? He said it takes an hour to go from the interior, from the Capitol out to the border. And he said there's no way that they would have stood down. This is the greatest security state in the world. So he said, I don't believe the narrative. That's number two. And then number three is he got really mad because they were calling him anti-Semitic and getting angry at him because he was pulling away and interviewing Dave Smith and Tucker Carlson, and they were furious about this. You cannot allow dissent, all right? We hear this. If you listen to Mark Levin talk, you're listening to genocidal, absolute psychopathy. Like, these people hate us, and that's why. And you just said it yourself. You said, "Why would we?" You see, but that means you're not part of us. Of course, you're going to advocate for them. We just want emancipation. We don't want vengeance, and that's what Charlie Kirk was doing. So, and Charlie Kirk, I'll finish with this, was the second most important person to Israel in America. Not Tucker Carlson, not even close. Donald Trump is number one, but Charlie Kirk, just like you're saying, represented a supposedly pro-Israel conservative young man. That's it. 40 years diligent. You can back me up on this, but about age 40 and younger was his core group. Large membership, going on college campuses. And when that guy, who was an autodidact, unfortunately, he was a free thinker, that was your big mistake. When that guy starts pulling away from you and his constituency starts pulling away, you're done. You don't get any more money from us. You know why? Because you can't manufacture more boomers. The Great Awakening is happening, and irrespective of the fact that I think they did kill Charlie Kirk, it is still happening, and this filthy little genocidal ethno state isn't going to stop that from happening.
Yeah, so Diligent, if I could respond to him real quickly before you go to the other hand, because it was actually my turn to talk, but that's all right. I allow him to spew his nonsense to prove that, we're not
we're having a
censoring anyone.
Just respond to him.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So number one, let's talk about Epstein. So if Epstein's last name was Greek or Italian, nobody would ever connect him to the Greek and Italian governments. If he was Mexican, no one would ever connect him to the Mexican government. The chronology doesn't work out at all. He met Israelis later on during his career, I believe, after he was convicted. And also, he worked with Ehud Barak, and Barak wanted to take down Bibi Netanyahu. He wanted to take down the elected government of Israel. So, did Epstein, did he work for Israel? Or maybe more accurately, he worked for someone who tried to take it down, at least the Likud party. So, I just think that's just false information. And the idea about blackmail, if you study psychology, nobody wants to be blackmailed forever. Eventually, the person just decides, the hell with it, and I'm just going to say what I want, and whatever, because they get tired of being blackmailed. So blackmail is the weakest form of control that you could posit over anyone. And then what were some of the other points you just mentioned beyond Epstein, David?
I don't know. You have to.
Well, I mean, you want to. Well, what do you, David Kent? Will you address the elephant in the room? The fact that our homeland, or our DNI counterterrorism, said that we are doing this war on behalf of Israel, and that he mentions he mentions Israeli potential involvement with Trump's assassination attempt and Charlie Kirk in reference to it,
Oh,
and even
yeah, yeah.
alludes that says that President Trump believes that his life is still being threatened to this day. What do you have to say
Oh,
about that?
are you talking about Joe Kent? These are the claims he
Yeah,
made on
if
Tucker Carlson?
you see
Okay,
the
okay.
title, right? Can you read the title?
Yeah, I see. So thing about Joe Kent.
Oh, and
Like
real
I said,
quick, you
I
guys,
did.
hold on. Yeah, real quick. We have 400 people in here and about 82 reposts. Do me a favor, help me go against the botters, the foreign agent botters. Go down to the comment section of the space, hit that repost button. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So, in terms of, I did read his resignation letter, like I said, and there were a lot of falsehoods. So we'll start with that. First off, he claimed his former wife, who was 35 years old at the time, was killed by Israel. Actually, he was killed fighting against ISIS. Then he brought up Iraq because they always love to bring up nothing but Iraq, Iraq, Iraq. Well, what happened during the Iraq War? I also owned the prime minister at the time of Israel on 3 separate occasions. He visited George Bush, and he told him, "Don't invade Iraq because you're going to get stuck in a decade-long quagmire, and then when you leave, Israel will have to suffer with the consequences of the region." He also said that if you get involved, you're going to destabilize the region. That kind of ties back to the first point, but you're going to strengthen Iran, which was considered the more stronger rival, the more stronger enemy of Israel at the time. So, and Bibi Netanyahu was a private citizen at the time. Bush already made up his mind by the time Bibi testified in front of Congress. And then, of course, many people don't know about this. It's very sad. But there were many, many countries pushing for the Iraq conflict. You had Poland, Japan, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and most importantly, the former states of the Soviet Union, the Eastern European states of the former Soviet Union. Those states badly wanted to join NATO. So they figured if we scratch Bush's back by supporting the conflict, Bush will scratch our back and he'll ease our membership into NATO. So there were many pieces of the puzzle pushing for Iraq. I believe Bush wanted revenge on behalf of his father. And also there was the issue of oil. And so let's see, what else did Kent say? So he had the Iraq issue. The idea that Israel is leading Trump by the nose. I mean, could anything be more offensive to the president of the United States? President Trump is his own man. He decides. Look how he criticized Israel today for bombing those gas fields. He was very critical.
Yeah, but even then, he still kind of blamed Iran.
Well, I thought it was ironic because then he said in the next paragraph, he said that if Iran strikes Qatar again, then I'm just going to blow up the whole place, which is pretty ironic because he admitted that Israel barely did anything and just touched a small section of it. But the idea that President Trump is the golden page rule, for example, that Bibi gave to him, that's just a gimmick. It's just for fun. It's something cool. It's not a threat. It's not, if Trump's so afraid of the golden page rule, just throw it in the trash. It doesn't make any sense. Bibi had to visit Washington 7 times. If it was the other way around, you'd think Trump would have went to Jerusalem.
But President Trump was shot in the ear, and we never got the full answer of why. Like there's a huge gaping hole around how that happened and why that happened and who all was responsible. Right?
Yeah, well, I could tell you from what I know, this Thomas Crooks and the Secret Service was where they did a very poor job. In Israel, for example, rooftops are always covered. You have the police flying drones. Here it was the opposite. It was Crook flying the drone. America simply does not have the same experience that Israelis have dealing with terrorism, and we've become laxed. That's how you can explain it. It's like the Pearl Harbor conspiracy in World War II. The reason we were attacked by the Japanese was not because there was some conspiracy to drag us into the conflict, at Churchill's behest, by the way. The reason was that the American high command was racist towards the Japanese and thought the Japanese could never have the capabilities of attacking us. It's very similar to October 7th.
My friend,
same thing happened. Just real quick. Just 1 second.
Okay, go ahead.
Let him land
Yes.
his plane, and then David, I'll let you respond.
Yes. The same thing happened with October 7th. The high echelon of the Israeli elite believed that Hamas could never pull off, the Project Jericho, to attack all of these sites, attack IDF bases. Everybody was focused on Iran. Everybody was focused on Judea and Samaria, areas A and B of the West Bank. Everyone was focused on Hezbollah. Hamas was seen, as Bibi said, we can control the height of the flame. And it's the whole conceptia issue, just like the Yom Kippur War, where everyone thought we're in control, we know what's going on, we'll never be surprised, maybe, God forbid, there'll be another 50 years from now, there'll be another major attack. Things that happen every 50 years, but that also makes sense in terms of generations, and the next generation becomes more lazy and not as focused, and human nature and common sense can explain things. One thing is certain, and I'll land it here: the universe is much more mundane. And this is me as a religious Jew saying that Shabbat's going to follow soon. But still, even though I believe in reincarnation and all these, what Matt Dillahunty would call nuts, the universe is more mundane. And so it makes sense that anti-Semites, that they want to try to make it more colorful, make it more majestic, more of an adventure, more of like, the evil orcs from the Lord of the Rings, for example, or the Empire from Star Wars. They want to paint this colorful reality for themselves. But the truth is, we live in a world, and humans will
hold on, yet though. Wait. So I didn't mute
Sorry,
you.
it was a glitch.
No, yet. I want to interject though. We're if you're trying to say it's like the orcs or whatever, I mean, we're literally fighting on behalf of Israel and Iran right now. And the American people, the people who voted for Trump, who ran on a peace platform, are
But the
wondering
orcs are black
why.
people.
We're
Yeah, well,
wondering
I can
why.
give you three perspectives really quickly, and we can move on to other speakers. I see Ian, for example, hopped in. I can give you quickly three perspectives. So we have the Iranian perspective, the Israeli perspective, and then the American perspective. From the Israeli perspective, we don't want a nuclear holocaust, and because that would spread around. So the country is essentially a one-bomb state. That's the main incentive, and we don't want Iran to build 10,000 ballistic missiles, because if they are able to build 10,000 ballistic missiles, they essentially become untouchable. We won't have enough interceptors to take them out, and they can threaten us with Hezbollah and all these ballistic missiles and say, if you try to touch our nuclear program, we're going to swarm you like bees, like wasps. And so that's why Israel decided the time had to be now. Take them out when they're weak. You don't wait for the man who's going to kill you. You don't let him work out in the gym 6 months and get a weapon and stand in your living room before you take action. So that's the Israeli perspective. The Iranian perspective is equally noble. 80% of the people hate the government. Only 40% of them are Shia Muslim. They want freedom, whether it's democracy or constitution or monarchy, like in England, we don't know yet. But they deserve to have a chance to be free after 47 years of internal oppression. After 42,000 people were just killed on the streets of Iran in Tehran. And, we have to have a heart for these people. I mean, do we not care about the suffering of
No, you
fellow
don't.
humans? Okay. Okay.
I mean,
Well,
honestly,
we do. And from the Americans' perspective, because I have one more. If you want to jump in, that's all right.
I do want to chime in there a little bit. From an American perspective, I know I don't really care. I mean, I care about human suffering in general, but the degree to which is what's relevant here. It's not a black or white issue. It sucks that they live under that regime, but it's their responsibility to free themselves. We freed ourselves, right? And it's up to
Yeah.
them
Well.
to it's up to them to revolt and enact regime change and all of that. And yeah, so I don't care enough to sacrifice my child's future for that to happen.
Well, I mean that's a fair point, Diligent. I would just simply respectfully push back and say that in our American Revolution, number one, we had the what would become later the Second Amendment. You had militiamen with weapons. The Iranian people don't have any weapons. And number two, we had France that came in. Without the help of the French, we probably could not have won. And right after the war, we had the Netherlands that gave us credit for this country. Without the help of the Netherlands offering credit, by the way, a lot of Sephardic Jews lived in the Netherlands at that time. Without their help, this country, again, would have been an economic depression. So, just that's a quick point about why having allies are important. But to finish my statement on the American perspective, what I believe to be the American perspective, this conflict the way the Americans look at it is, of course, we don't want an ICBM someday hitting New York City. That's true as well. But more important, equally important, is that it's an energy war against China. So, that's why Trump, for example, is going after Greenland, which I initially opposed, but have come around to supporting. If everyone else is going to be an empire, why not the United States? And Venezuela, for example. So, if we control the oil or have influence over the oil in Iran with a friendly government, for example, that could offset if the Saudis decide to turn off the oil taps, for example. And also, it weakens China. 90% of oil is traded in the dollar. 90% of the oil. That's why it was the reserve currency of the world. And so we want to protect the hegemony of the dollar. We want energy supremacy against China, because less energy
How's
for China
how's
means
that working right
they
now?
lose. It means they lose the AI race. So do you want China to be victorious in AI, for example? So I think
How's
everything
that
is.
working right now? That doesn't seem to be working out so well.
What metric are we using? Is it military? Because we're whooping their ass on the military front. I mean, have you seen the Iranian Navy
But we're
down in the
also
Persian Gulf?
we're losing on the energy front right now.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, here's the deal about oil. Yes, right now, with the Strait of Hormuz and everything, yeah, I get that. There's an interesting point about that, real quickly. If Iran, the Ayatollahs before the war, were
It's
producing
going to be the
about
last thing, and then we're going to let other people chime in. Yes.
Yeah,
Go
okay,
ahead.
okay.
Yeah, I
Continue.
do want to respond.
Well, yeah. So I'll just make this final quick point. Before the conflict, Iran was
Let's try to
producing
limit the points to two at a time. That way we can have a back and forth, though. It's the long diatribes that
Okay.
people get lost on.
Okay, so just to make my response a sentence, if Iran is free, there'll be more oil. There'll be 6 million barrels per day, double the production that we have now. And in terms of the Strait of Hormuz, we have two options. One option is to just destroy the regime, bring it into the Stone Age. And option number two, if the regime ultimately survives, let's build up IMEC. Let's build up the corridor from India that goes to Haifa. It will be an alternative route. And, we can have secure energy in that way. So thank you for having me. And I guess David can respond.
Well, first of all, I think it's amazing that this Israeli talk track used to work. Now it's just comical. He gave it away when he said, we could take out Candace Owens. Why don't we
Is he
do that?
rugging? Is it just me?
Yeah, he is.
He's echoing, unfortunately.
Yeah, David, something's going on with your connection.
Am I better now?
Oh, that's better. Yep.
He said we could take. He said we could take out Candace Owens. He said we. He didn't say the Americans. You know who he's representing, right? This is the guy. And by the way, ideology is not important to them. They use it clumsily, the way that a monkey uses a radio for a hammer. He said Americans. Why, he's appealing to us as Americans, First and Second Amendment. Really? So the people in Gaza have that. You have the audacity to talk about rights, which you know nothing about, by the way. And you have people in a prison camp that you're torturing and tormenting, and you've denied them all their rights. In fact, they don't even have the right to self-determination in terms of electricity and food. Of course, you're starving them, so we know this. So let's put aside the rights thing, and let's just admit that you just admitted that you represent Israel in these things. Well, let me just tell you something from my perspective, the country that you're parasitizing. When you told us a second ago, oh, well, gosh, Epstein just happened to be an Israeli, and if he was a Mexican, then, oh, gosh, then we would be criticizing the Mexican government? Yeah, I think we would if the Mexican government bought all of our politicians, threatened us, controlled our speech codes, controlled all the giant megaphones of our society, including our media, ran our education systems and propaganda in every state, was bullying us in every way, and even the leader of their country saying, we've got TikTok. Not, he said just what you made the same mistake you did. He didn't say one of our friends. He said we, as in Larry Ellison is one of us. Our tribe that has outgroup psychopathy. And you just said it. Thank you. You just said, would we do that to Epstein? Yes. But there's only one country in the world that rules America. There's only one country in the world that spits on the graves of all these people buried at Arlington who fought for our right to speak freely. And what are you saying? You can't speak freely in it. The ADL said, we're working with the FBI to track everyone, all of them. And he told about the massive force that they have working with the FBI to threaten us, cajole us, intimidate us. So You tell me what other government in the world does or has ever been able to do that. Has ever been able to do that. So yes, clearly we're dealing with outgroup psychopathy. And I'm sorry, but this really pathetic talk track of yours, you really gave it
We have
away when
to
you
move
said
to
we.
Mexico where Jews don't control the place.
Yeah, I mean, but well, okay, well, that's another thing. But anyway,
I
just
mean,
one. That's
one
that.
does.
And the last thing I want to say, Diligent, you know this because you went out to you
Mhm.
went out to these places. When someone says laughably, "Well, the reason why that security was so bad when Trump was there in Butler was because the master race here, we know how to do security just because of what we face." Okay, you could say that if you're talking about guarding your border. Oh wait, you stood down on October 7th. But let's just put that aside. You could say that about guarding your border, but this is a defined space. Do you understand the science is set? How they do that, every security force, not just the FBI, they know how to lock down a perimeter of a small space. So this idea that, oh, well, gosh, we just didn't know to check the roof. Gosh, we just, that's everything and the checks and the double checks. There's no way. There's some willful ignorance going, and you can sell that. Look, even Dan Bongino, who worked for security, says this. So you can see, and then when they testified, why do they testify like gangsters? Why did our security, why were they testifying as though we were the enemy rather than, yes, we want to make sure this never happens again. Let's be upfront. I'm sure, Diligent, you followed all those hearings. And they were like, no, we can't tell you any. We don't have that information. We can't tell you. We're not going to tell you. Does that sound like people that were really doing their best? Absolutely not.
Yeah, well, I would just simply say, who was it? The former FBI who recently testified, like about 2 days ago, saying that Israel had nothing to do with Iran. But
Of course he did. Yeah, I get it.
all
You
of these
bought
points,
us.
David. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
Well, let's
So
let
I
other
mean,
speakers speak.
David, Larry Ellison purchasing. Has he purchased Warner Brothers yet? I believe he has. I know Netflix dropped out. That's a good thing. He's a conservative. You could be. I mean, are you a
He's
diehard
a
liberal
Jew.
atheist?
Is Bill Kristol a conservative? Because you see, and I want everybody to hear this, the most powerful beltway magazine in America, the one that influenced our politicians the most, was the Weekly Standard. His father founded it, and he was a neoconservative. He was the preeminent neoconservative because he was influencing the most politicians. And what happened
Yeah,
when
and
hold on. And what happened when Donald Trump said we should have never set foot in the Middle East? He took the mask off and said, "Oh, all the tranny stuff and all the social conservatives. I don't care about that." He endorsed Hillary Clinton, and it was so devastating that their magazine closed its doors 2 weeks later. You see, I keep saying ideology means nothing to these people. This is a tribe.
yeah.
And by the way,
I'm not an
many
ideologue.
hold on, many of our Jewish brothers and sisters are calling this out as well. So everybody has the divine spark, but
Yeah,
they're
a handful of capos.
yeah, no,
Like
no, no. Oh
0.1%.
yes. Well, you just said it. You represent Israel.
90%,
Yeah, Dave
90% of
Smith
Jews
represents
are
the truth.
Zionists.
You represent Israel. Yeah, I
90%,
know.
David, of Jews
Yeah,
are
and the other
Zionists.
10% might get
So
shot, right?
Well,
Yeah, we get
yes,
it.
okay, whatever. Yeah,
David,
okay.
let him respond
Well,
to you
I
because we
wanted to
can't hear both
respond
of
real
you.
quickly. I did want to respond to him real quickly. Okay,
And
about
I
like
want to be
Apex,
careful.
for
Hold on,
example.
Yitz. Hold on. Let me just let him clear. I don't want to. Yitz is pretty much. I think he's the only one. Well, maybe Cos Mike, but there. It's not a balanced stage, so let's try not to dogpile. Go ahead, Yitz.
Yes, thank you. And I would like to have a Cosmic get in as well. He's a very good debater. He's a very good public speaker. But I just want to add, like, APAC on a given election contributes about 5%. It's ranked as like the 74th or 75th largest lobby. It's not even first or second. And they weren't powerful enough to stop Obama in 2015 with the JCPOA. So how is it, if you want to say AIPAC has any influence whatsoever, well, why would that be? Well, it's not because of Jews, as it turns out. It's because 70 million evangelical Christians happen to be Christian Zionists, and they take the Bible seriously, unlike some people on the panel, I suppose.
Clearly not.
Well,
The Bible
let me
is
finish the point.
Jesus is
Let me.
antithetical to this whole Zionist
Ian,
nonsense.
I'll let you respond to him. Go ahead, Yitz.
Yeah.
Land your plane.
Yeah.
Keep it short.
So there are
Okay.
70 million Christians who support Israel. If they all voted in mass, it'd be the largest voting bloc in history. Democrats would never win again. Once again, why would you not want that to happen if you're a true conservative? But so that's the
Why do you
reason.
think it is that
It's
Christians in Israel oppose? So like 80% of Christians in Israel oppose America supporting, Israel in its fights versus the
well,
opposite here in America. Why do you think that is?
I never heard that statistic, but I would imagine
I can link the
that
study if you want.
I would imagine. Well, go ahead, put it in the pill. I would imagine, the Israeli Christians, most of them are Arab, the Israeli Arab Christians. They probably would like the aid to stop, for example, because it would mean more autonomy for Israel instead of, if you have a Democrat in office, the American help ends up becoming a liability, as we saw during the Biden administration. So that could be the reason why. I mean, most Israeli Arab Christians, they do wonderful in Israel. They score the highest on cognitive exams and high school and university exams. Did you know that per capita they earn more per capita in a month, I believe, than anyone, even than Ashkenazim. And we're just usually everyone boasts about our intellect, but these Christian Israeli Arabs actually the wages are higher, so they're living it. They're having a great life. There's no problem with Christians. All of the holy sites anyone can have access to. Church at the Holy Sepulchre anyone can visit. Try going to the Muslim-controlled Dome of the Rock and see how fast they tear that cross off your neck. There's no freedom whatsoever. Try going to Bethlehem. I mean, it's laughable. I mean, for Christians, but Jews can't go there. And many of these holy sites where the Arabs.
Oh, it's a
Harmony.
glitch. It was a glitch.
Harmony. A little bit more diplomatic.
I like
Can
those
everyone hear me?
glitches.
Did
Yeah, we can
everyone
hear
hear my
you.
last statement?
Yeah,
Did
you were
everyone hear my
lying.
last statement?
Land your
You were lying.
plane. Land
Just
your plane.
lying
Yeah,
and
yeah. So,
lying and
so
lying.
Yeah,
9/11
but I
landing
don't
here.
like. I don't want to talk about the higher test scores on average. Like, come on, bro.
The,
You're
the average
not. When you get into that debate, you're not helping the cause. You're actually kind of lending like credibility to the notion of supremacists, right? When
no. I'm
we're
saying
better.
Christians. I'm saying diligent. I'm saying Christian Israelis score higher on cognitive exams than Ashkenazi Jews in Israel. It's the opposite. I mean, these people
Okay.
they're living like kings. They're doing wonderful in Israel. Go to Lebanon. It's like go to Syria.
What
It's
does
like
that
they're
what
20%
does
of
that
the
have to
population now.
do? What does that have to do with United States going to war with Iran and Israel's? I want to read you something. Cellebrite DI Ltd is an Israeli company headquartered in Patah, and I'm probably going to butcher this, Tikva, publicly traded on
Yeah,
NASDAQ as
Tikva.
CLBT since 2021, founded in 1999. That's an interesting year. It specializes in digital intelligence and mobile forensic tools that allow law enforcement, intelligence agencies, and enterprises to unlock, extract, and analyze data from smartphones, computers, and cloud sources, including passcode bypass, deleted files, encrypted apps such as Signal, WhatsApp, Telegram, location histories, photos, and full device images. Flagship products include UFED, UFED, Universal Forensic Extraction Device, Physical Analyzer, Pathfinder for data analysis, and newer AI-powered platforms like Guardian for case management. The tools are used in nearly 3 million investigations per year by over 7,000 customers and over 150 plus countries. Serves 100 plus North American federal accounts, including 14 of 15 U.S. cabinet level departments and in all 50 states, plus 20 of the U.S.'s largest cities.
Yeah.
So
So
we are
what's the problem?
outsourcing.
What's the
So
problem?
why would the U.S. government outsource the investigation of Thomas Crook's phone, who is allegedly who is the alleged lone gunman involved with the Trump assassination? Why would the American government not do that at home? Why would we outsource to a foreign entity, right, the integrity of an assassination attempt on a presidential candidate and former president of the United States? That the very fact that that would even occur, it seems like a problem for me.
Yeah, well, it doesn't mean first off, it doesn't mean the entire investigation was outsourced to Israel. And you said that this was an
It
Israeli
wouldn't have to
It's
company.
the most crucial elements of the entire case. It has all of the information on it. Why he did
Yeah,
what he
you mean
did,
about
who he
his phone?
communicated, how he communicated
Yeah,
with them,
okay,
To the
his
country of Jonathan
movements.
Pollard.
okay. So diligent. This is what makes Israel such a valuable ally, because Israel helped America crack the code. They helped sell intelligence
And
all the time.
how much does the United States help Israel crack the code?
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, America. I mean, look what America's. America helps Israel, of course. It's a
Don't
two-way
you
street.
think that if the United States can't protect its chief executive, its leader, its president, if it has to rely on a foreign country to be able to
Well, you're
protect
talking
its
about the investigation. That's a whole different topic compared
Well,
to
no,
the
it's not,
original
because you can't
assassination attempt.
eliminate a threat if you can't identify it. So one is dependent upon the other. You have to be able to
Well, no,
identify the threat.
Crooks was killed immediately. He was
Yeah,
killed, and so
but
they have the threat
obviously,
neutralized.
Nothing to see here.
he was using the government itself admitted he was using third party encrypted communication apps that were hosted in foreign countries. They gave us 3 of them: Belgium, the Netherlands, and I forget the other one.
Yeah, notice how they're not Israel, and Israel helped crack the code. So
I didn't say that they were Israel, but
I'm fine. No, I know. I'm just trying to understand. Did you not want us to get
so
into
if
Thomas Cook's phone?
what's
Did you
that?
want that to be a mystery? Did you want his phone to be a mystery
Don't
forever?
you think it's well? Again, I think
If it happens,
you're missing my point. Hold on.
Okay,
Yes,
go ahead.
please. You've had a lot of airtime. Allow me to talk.
Just let him get his last thing out, dude.
So please mute up, everybody. If the United States has to rely on a foreign country to identify whether or not foreign actors were involved in an assassination attempt on their president, let's just say
And that's our problem.
If he had,
And
no, it's
that's
not.
our
It's
fault.
not.
That's the fault
It
of the
is
United
our
States.
problem. 100%. You
And
know
it's our
what?
fault.
All of this. Let me just say this. All of this. If President Trump's life is under threat, I don't blame Israel. I blame us. There's an element corrupted that's allowing that threat to occur, right? If a foreign country, it doesn't matter if it's Israel or China or
Iran tried to
or
assassinate him.
Iran or North Korea or Russia, it does not matter. The common denominator is a compromised government, right?
Okay.
And so we need to identify what's compromised here. I don't like the fact that the highest level of our government has to depend on a foreign entity. I don't care if it's Israel or any other country, has to depend on a foreign entity to try and identify a threat. That seems problematic because
then rather diligent.
I'm almost done. Because if that foreign entity is complicit or involved in that threat, and we're depending on them to identify it for us, well, it's in their best interest to not do so, or to not be transparent, or to obfuscate or cover up. Wouldn't you say?
Okay.
I agree. Israel should be the 51st state.
Go ahead, Yetz. You can answer my question, then we go to the hands. Ian, you're next. Probably mute glitch.
Yeah, it was a double mute, but okay. So I was going to say, rather than, with all due respect, then if you don't like it, we can sit here and talk about it, or you can do something about it. Go vote. If you don't like it, change it. It's just simple. If you don't like the way how the government is being run, then fix it. Don't complain about it. Go do something. That's the problem many anti-Semites have. They complain.
Hold on.
They don't know anything about responsibility.
I'm not going to let you name call. We're not going to name call on my stage.
He's complaining as well, right? I mean,
he is complaining, but I wouldn't name. I'm not name calling you. Don't name call me. You're not going to do that. No ad hominems.
Well, I wasn't meaning you directly. It was a generalized statement.
But still,
the point is,
even though it's not a good faith statement. So let's just stay away from the
Well,
personal
okay,
attacks.
but the point still stands though. If people don't like how the country is being run, then you have good.
Yeah, you know what
Thankfully
though? Yeah, it's
we live in a
I
representative
didn't like
republic.
how
You
the
can vote.
country I didn't like how the country was being run, and I advocated for President Trump, and the results were still shit. And I think that's because we're
No,
compromised, or
no,
he's
Well,
being
no.
Diligent,
threatened,
can we
or
can
or
we
or I think that's because he's compromised, or we're being threatened, or he's being
Does
threatened.
everyone have? Is this Christopher Nolan's Memento, where everyone has a 10-minute memory span, like the Bordo? Everyone,
Yeah,
if it's
yes. I mean, look,
regarding that,
if your government was captured by a foreign government by by blackmail and by bribery, would you advocate the use of explosive pages for each of the people you suspected were compromised by a foreign government in order to remove them from their influence in their own countries? Because once a government's captured, you can't rely on the system, voting or otherwise, to remove them because they're captured by crime. So, do you then advocate for the use of covert exploding pages to be deployed against all those who have some nexus to a foreign government who appears to have captured the US political class?
are you saying to use pages on the Israelis or on the Americans who are captured?
No, on criminals who have accepted bribes and been blackmailed through their own.
Okay. So that would include Americans, and I would imagine you're including Donald Trump in your threat. Nice job there.
I'm
Greg, you
including
stop
Defunding the
mentioning.
president.
everyone who's involved in corruption or the spread of
Yeah.
corruption, regardless of
So
their background.
I hope the FBI. I hope if you're in the United
I'm
States,
including
I hope
you.
you make
Yes,
Trump's
you
deportation list.
personally. I'm including you in that.
Okay.
So,
Okay. Well, I'm not. I don't work for the government. I am not pulling the strings. Israel's not pulling the strings. I believe
Yes, they
Donald
are.
Trump is his own man. I think it's very strange and very odd that anti-Semites, they don't have like Tucker Carlson, who never named
Are
Donald
you an
Trump
anti-Semite?
specifically, who never named Donald. Because that's just ridiculous. Of course
Yes.
not.
Are you an anti-Semite?
why? There's
That's
a deeper
ridiculous. You're
question,
trying to
David. Is he
derail
a
Well, I'm
the
asking
Semite?
because
conversation.
you're the
No.
only country that kills all the Semites
Yeah,
around you.
is
So
he a Semite? That's the question. Is
yeah,
he even a
hold
Semite?
on. No, but is he in? First of all, let's settle this. So I want you to stop killing all the Semites, right? Semite children, Semite babies, Semite old people, Semite people in the hospitals, Semite people in schools. And your answer is, I'm an anti-Semite because I want you to stop killing all the Semites around them. The most anti-Semitic country in the world is Israel. And I'm saying, hey, bad anti-Semite, please stop doing that. And your answer is, I'm an anti-Semite. Explain that to me.
What? I don't. I never said I was. No, I'm not a capo or anything. This is a semantic game.
Semantic. Do you
Semites
think when you
dethrone
drop a bomb on a
language,
child,
and
they think it's semantic?
everybody knows.
Do you think when
So,
you
so
bomb a
David,
school, they think it's semantic? Do you think
okay.
they see the bomb and they go,
We're
well, if you
getting
call it something
we're
else, then
getting
it
off
won't
into
hurt
the
me?
weeds. We're getting off into the weeds. Let's let Ian chime in.
Okay.
I want to let's move. Hold on, yeah. It's
Well,
hang
he's
it up for
playing
a
a
minute.
semantic game. It's
Well,
It's not semantic.
we're gonna go to Ian, and then we're gonna go to
everyone
Kyle.
knows anti-Semite means Jew hatred. Everybody
Yes,
knows that. It doesn't mean
Incorrect.
hatred of Arabs. Everybody
May
knows
I
that.
Yes.
may I ask a quick question, really quick question, if it's okay?
Quickly, and then
Do you,
Ian.
sure. Do you consider yourself as America first or Israeli first?
I'm America first.
Why?
And why'd
Let
you
me,
say we about
Doctor
Candace Owens?
Strange, Doctor Strange. Let me put it like this. It was Doctor Strange who asked the question, so let me respond to him.
You don't have to. It was just a yes
If
or no
America,
answer. It was just a yes,
well,
yes or
it's
no
yes,
answer.
it's yes, because
Okay,
a strong
that's
America
fine.
means a strong
That's fine.
Israel.
It wasn't a yes or no answer. It was which one are you America first or Israeli first? You said
A,
America first, correct?
yeah, and a strong America means strong
I don't see
Israel.
an
If America
American
is weak,
flag anywhere. Where's the American flag at?
Then
Exactly
why
my
did you say
point.
we could take out Candace
Where
Owens? You said about Israel. You said we. Why wouldn't we take out Candace Owens? So who are you talking to? Who's this we?
David, it's like in World War II, we landed
yeah,
on
why don't you
Normandy,
have an
and of
American
course, none of us
flag?
were
Why don't
at
you have an
Normandy in
All
American
right,
flag
please. All
1944.
right, all
on
right,
your?
all right, all right. Please repost the space, everybody, down in the comment
Thanks.
section. Dr. Sage, if you want to make your point quickly, I want to go to Ian. I want to get around
I'll
the
be
room a little bit.
really quick. Why
And we
don't you
don't
have an
have to, I don't
American?
have to keep calling on people. You guys can do this yourselves.
Thank you. Why don't you have an American flag on your profile and you only have an Israeli flag? If you're saying that you're America first.
Well, why do you have on your profile a picture
No,
of
answer it. Don't ask a
Benedict
question.
Cumberbatch, isn't it? Benedict, why don't you have an American flag?
The question was for you. He's a movie
Well, I mean,
character.
Doctor Strange, it doesn't matter. What is your point about it, anyways? You think that he's American? You're alluding that he is not America first, correct?
Yeah, he said he was, and yet everything else says otherwise.
Yeah. So, yes, do you think that your position on American policy might lean more towards Israel than it does America, since this is historically, these interventions have costed us, tens of thousands of lives and trillions of dollars in debt and far more risk when it comes to terrorist attacks on the homeland? Don't you think that you might be weighing Israel's benefit more than you are the United States in this regard?
No, and I'll give 2 points as proof for that. Proof number one, we spent about 2.6, I believe, $1 trillion on Afghanistan and Iraq during the same time, which had nothing to do with Israel, by the way. But during the same
It
time,
had
we spent
everything
an
to do with Israel.
estimated 30. Okay, we can.
Well,
You
Yitz, if
probably were not
America
here
I
when
declared,
I
don't want
laid
to
out
have
the
that
facts
debate.
well,
earlier.
You
Yitz,
just
if
yes,
America
So,
declared, let
I
me
don't
ask this
need
one
you.
thing.
I don't need you to
wait,
elaborate.
wait,
I
wait,
don't
wait,
need.
wait, wait. Let me just make my two.
I don't. I don't need you to elaborate. You've had most of the floor time. I do want to. I want to move it around. It
But I
was
would
a
ask
simple.
We're
Diligent,
diligent.
if America
You
declared war
answered.
on
You believe me.
Israel,
You said
right?
no. You said that you don't believe that you're biased to Israel's benefit more than the United States. That
But
means
ask
that
him,
you're.
but Yitz, if America declared war on Israel, which side would you take? Would you be America first or would you be Israel first?
Okay, so first I want to quickly make my point to Strange, and
No, no,
then I
no.
will
If
give
Answer the
America
feedback to
declared
David.
war
question.
on Israel, which
Okay,
side would you take in that
that's
war?
not okay. That's like America declaring war on France.
No,
Democracies
hold
never
on. If
declare war on
America
each
declared
other.
war on
This is not
Israel,
a hard question.
right, which side would you take?
Democracies have never declared. There's never been in modern history a
Everybody
time
listen.
where a
That's all
fellow
I got to say. I'm
democracy has
dropping the mic.
declared on another democracy. It's never happened. France and the
But
UK
if
don't
it
declare
did,
war on each
you
other. It
understand
never happened.
hypothetical, right? Everybody over a 95 IQ can understand hypothetical. If
It's not
America
going to
declared,
happen.
hold on. If America declared war on Israel, which side would you take?
I would take America's
Okay,
side.
this question is like if my grandmother had balls, which would be my
I
grandfather.
just
I
wanted
mean, come
everybody
on,
to hear this.
come on, David. If my
The same
grandmother
guy
had
that said
balls, which would
we
be
could
my
take out,
grandfather. I mean,
the same guy
it's
that
not
said
going to
we
happen.
could take out
Hey,
Candace Owens.
Yitz, you're discrediting yourself. You know what I mean? You're doing that. You're discrediting yourself.
I don't care if I discredit
You did a
myself.
good job,
Some
Yates.
people's
He can
perspectives,
choose not.
they
He
can
can
believe
choose
what
not
they
to.
want. It
He
doesn't
can choose
matter.
not to participate
What
in the hypothetical if he
what
doesn't want to.
He should
what
Yes,
choose it.
what what
yes.
what?
Yes. We're gonna pivot now. We're gonna pivot. I
Wait,
want
wait,
to. I
just
just.
one second, one
I
second.
need to break it up, bro. I need to break it up. And your
What
microphone's
about
not
entitlements?
good.
Entitlements have
Yes,
costed us an
entitlement. You have a
estimated
lot of it,
$30
Yitz.
trillion during the same time span of Iraq and Afghanistan. So if you're concerned about
I'm
money,
getting a headache
be
from your
concerned
voice,
about
Yitz.
entitlements. And my
Yitz,
last
you're giving
point,
me a headache.
Well, it's
for
not fair. Hey, well, I've invited your guys' other favorite person, to AB to this to come back up. Yes, if you can have some more Zionist or pro-Israel guys come up to balance the stage out, I will try to balance it out. I messaged a couple, but I haven't had a response yet. So if you have anybody you want to call in to balance the stage,
yeah, I hope Cosmike and AB. I hope AB comes up.
let's go to Ian and then Cosmike. Go ahead, Ian.
Oh boy, where? I guess the best place to start in the purple pill. I put a recording of a space in which I had a conversation with Yitz, in which I asked him that exact same question, and he could not do it. He could not say that he would stand with America, the country that he lives in, over Israel. I then asked him, I ties, or whatever you want to define that, to Israel aside. It is a global clique of this nebulous form that shifts its shapes as needed. It becomes a religion when it's of benefit, it's a culture when it is advantageous, and when they're not, they just kind of scuttle away from those issues and deny attachment to it. They pretend as if they're neutral. And then when you ask them the question, if a foreign nation attacked ours, whose side would you take? And his response was, well, it's like saying your mother's going to attack you. Why? Because that's his family. Now, I can't comprehend that, because if another Christian nation attacked the United States, there's no hesitation on where my allegiance would stand. It's with my mother nation. Now, I might have some kind of religious tie to those people and say, wow, this sucks. But nonetheless, that is the whole point of being a citizen of a country. But we do not have that ruling over the United States right now. And Yitz will sit there and he will both arrogantly suggest that Jewish supremacy does not exist, it is not ruling the United States, while he simultaneously gaslights you and says, well, then do something about it, speak up about it, vote for somebody else. But like Diligent said, it doesn't matter if it's Biden, if it's Obama, if it's Clinton, if it's Bush, if it's Trump. They are all owned by Jewish supremacy and Israel. That's why all those wars over the last 30 years took place. Nobody can deny that. And we could actually, I suppose the argument we could have on, I suppose would be who initially flew those planes into the Twin Towers.
Ian,
And
do
I
you
would point in a
believe
similar
that?
direction.
Do you believe Joe Kent when he says that he alluded yesterday
Well,
that
explain the JCPOA.
when do you believe Joe Kent
Explain the
when he
JCPOA.
yes, let me ask my question. Do you believe do you believe Joe Kent when he said that President Trump believes his life's in danger and he alluded to the Butler assassination attempt? For me, as a diehard MAGA supporter and diehard Trump supporter at the time, there was a notable shift in Trump after the assassination attempt. It was clear. First was the very first indicator was his choosing of JD Vance as vice
An
president,
isolationist, by the way.
his vice president. And so we don't actually know because we haven't seen him out front with this policy. So I think JD Vance is a chameleon. He was he compared Trump to Hitler at one point in time. So my point is that the first policy shift was JD Vance, and it occurred right after Trump was shot. And Joe Kent alluded to yesterday on Tucker that we still don't know what happened with Charlie Kirk. We still don't know what happened with Butler. And when I tried to investigate it, it led to a quote unquote foreign nexus that I was not allowed to dig into. So, and then he said, we have data that says Trump believes his life is under threat. And he did it in conjunction with Butler. So do you believe Joe Kent when he alludes that Israel may be threatening Trump's life? And that's why we're
No,
seeing
these
him
people have blood on their hands because they're
let
conspiracy theories. They're going to get Jews killed. They're
it's a
going to get Jews
reasonable
killed.
it's a reasonable question. No one said anything about Jews. You said it yourself. Almost half of the population of Israel is not Jews. So if that's the case, right, we're talking about a state.
Well,
We're not
I
talking
never said
about.
that. I never said that. It's,
You said that they're.
20
You said that
20%
they're.
are Arabs. 20% is Israeli population
Okay,
are Arabs,
well,
and you have a few other minorities.
it's a
Yeah,
huge
but there are
swath
other
of the
groups too.
population. I'm not advocating. I believe in individual accountability. I'm talking about the state of Israel. If that's happening right now, it's because there's an element within the U.S. government that's compromised somehow and allowing it to occur, and that's the real threat, right? Foreign countries are going to do what foreign countries do, which is try to have leverage, threat, or control or influence over other countries. That includes Israel and any other foreign country out there. They're going to try to impose their will one way or another. Our
Well,
job,
I'll tell you, Diligent.
our government's primary focus is to protect its citizens and protect itself from outside or domestic threats, right? So my question is merited. It is brought up by Joe Kent, and it's a question that deserves to be looked into. I'm not going
Yeah.
to be admonished for examining it because my president is going against his promised policy. right? Regardless
He's
of
not.
whether or
He's
not
not.
you say it's justified, he promised no more wars. I
No,
ran
no,
with
no.
him.
No, I have to correct you.
I
He
was
promised
I
no more forever wars. Forever
okay.
wars.
Okay.
That's what he
Okay.
promised. And by the way,
Yeah.
that's back in the 1980s.
No wars are forever. Right. So anyways, I'm going to continue to examine this angle, right? And I appreciate you, but you're now you're talking over me as I'm trying to ask these questions. So again, I don't think Israel is involved. I don't know Israel's involved, but it is a lead. And as a citizen journalist and as a U.S. citizen, it is not only my necessity to investigate, it is my duty to investigate this and make sure that this isn't really happening. And if it is, we have to figure out how to end this from happening again or stop it. That way I know my kid, right? I have a vested interest in the future of my country. I know my kid is not going to be destroyed nuclear war or starve to death or be some kind of debt slave or anything else. Right. The same way that Jewish people don't want their kids to end up in camps, I sure in the hell don't want my kid to end up in camps. So,
Okay, okay.
Okay. So
Well,
let's
well,
go.
well. I just want to add that.
Hold on. I am asking Ian a question, Yitz. I'm not being rude to you, brother. Hang tight, mute up, put your hand up. I'll call you in a minute. Ian, do you believe Joe Kent when he says that President Trump believes his life's in danger and he connects it with Israel and Butler um, and Kirk? Do you believe it?
I do and I don't. And what I mean by that is I think Trump knows absolutely who he is in bed with. I think he has benefited from this group of people that he's now saying he's fearful of. I think he's been owned by them going all the way back probably to the 80s with his real estate fiascos in New York City. I think that JD Vance is owned by the exact same interest. He's clearly in bed with Peter Thiel, who funded not only his political rise, but his entire economic rise for the 10 years before he was in politics. Vance worked for two different companies that Thiel basically placed him at. And Thiel is owned by essentially Epstein and the Rothschilds. And I think he's just another front man, no different than Epstein was a front guy for Israel and Mossad and let's just call it global Jewry. Now, that doesn't mean that Donald Trump does not fear for his life if he goes against this system that he's in bed with. I think that both of those things can be true at the same time. And the last little thing that I suppose I would add is the day it happened, and still to this point, there's a lot of things about the Trump perspective assassination shot that I found very odd. And just like with the quote unquote insurrection, where it looked like there were more things going on than initially met the eye, I got the exact same suspicions with the assassination attempt. And we've, of course, seen the photographers that were brought in after the shooting and all of the weird antics that look like it took place to get that iconic photo that I can't say that it was staged, but I do think that if Joe Ken is saying that Trump fears his life today, I believe that that is probably somewhat in good faith, but also prospectively being said by the guy who was also at a staged prospectively assassination attempt that would have been orchestrated largely by the same interests, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I would just respond. As Ian mentioned a moment ago, Trump has considered Iran a threat since the 1980s. Number two, about J.D. Vance, Tucker Carlson's son is like the deputy for the vice president. So maybe he's more influenced. Maybe he is more of an isolationist than you're giving him credit for. So you know, and there was one more point trying to recollect what it was I was going to mention. Vance.
You're trying to say that Trump is an isolationist as he's bombing Iran?
No, I was saying Vance. I was saying J.D. Vance.
Is JD Vance owned by?
I just want to note that. I just want to note that
JD, a question for
one of the first things JD Vance did when Trump won the election was talk about bombing Iran. It was one of the very first things out of his mouth.
Okay, fair enough. I want to ask Ian. I want to ask him a question.
You would say JD Vance is owned by Peter Thiel. You would agree, right? Yes.
Well, he's influenced by Tucker Carlson's son, so maybe There's all kinds
Is
of
he
voices.
owned
Would you
by Peter Thiel, who has funded him
or
for
or
2
or let's
decades?
let's let's not be hyperbolic about it. Would you say that he gets? Would you agree that Peter Thiel, who pulled JD Vance out of Yale, and
Yeah, that
then
that guy's not Jewish.
took him to California, and then gave him a $10 million venture capital firm, helped him write a book, completely rewrite his identity, literally changed his name twice, and then put him into Trump's orbit and into the Senate with a $10 million, $10 million, the largest political donation made to a Senate seat ever. Would you say that
Yeah,
Peter Thiel heavily influences JD Vance?
yeah. Well, let's say he does. Well, what's your point? He's not Jewish.
Would you say he
He's
does?
like he's like, isn't he German? If he's not, even Jewish. So I don't really, how does that but trust your argument? I wanted to
Wait,
ask
you
Ian a
would
question.
admit that Peter Thiel had on the board of Carbine 911 Ehud Barak, the former prime minister of Israel, as well as financial ties to Jeffrey Epstein, right?
And the
I don't
co-founder
know.
Alex Karp is Jewish.
Yeah, okay.
And can we
Okay,
also
fine.
agree that
Okay.
not all Zionists are Jewish?
No, you have plenty of Christian Zionists. They're not Jewish. I
Okay.
wanted to say my question to Ian. Ian, if you say Trump does everything at Israel's beck and call, how come he, when Israel had, how come with in the 12-day war, when the planes were up in the air? Now I know the reason why he recalled them, because he wanted to finish the job, and we didn't have 63% of our military assets in the region. So that makes more sense now. But how come he considers Qatar to be innocent, for example, in his latest post? How come he does not allow annexation of Judea and Samaria, for example? If he just answers Israel's beck and call. And then the second point I want to make to you, Ian, you earlier said that Jews shape-shift and mutate. It's actually anti-Semitism that mutates. Anti-Semites originally hated us because we rejected Jesus. And then when Europe became more secular due to the Enlightenment, they hated us for ethnic reasons, the Nazis, for example. Now, until fairly recently, you couldn't hate Jews for our ethnicity.
Wait,
So
what were the
you
ethnic
have a
reasons?
roundabout way. You attack Jews by attacking Israel. So it's actually anti-Semitism that mutates. I just want to correct you on that.
Wait, hang on. Just so out of curiosity, you're saying that people shouldn't be upset or offended when you kill their lord, when you starve, belittle, and ruin all economic opportunities from your citizenry, yes, it was in Weimar Germany, or when they capture and subvert your government directly, let's say, hindering the prospects of its own citizens for the exclusive benefit of a foreign nation of Jews. You're saying that it's
Yeah.
unreasonable. That's only anti-Semitism that would beget that kind
Oh
of
yeah.
sentiment. Is that right?
Oh yes. Yeah.
Oh
Number
yeah.
one.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. No, number one is anti-Semitism. You can read Tacitus. He was a Roman
Maybe
historian.
it's Jewish
Tacitus was
behavior.
Okay. So number one, Tacitus, the Roman historian, no friend to the Jews. He was pretty clear. He wrote Pontius Pilate was responsible for Jesus' execution, and Pontius
No,
Pilate
it
was
was
so
clearly the
nasty.
Pharisees that were responsible for Jesus'
Well. You
execution.
ought to read Tacitus, the Roman historian. He lays
I
the
don't
blame
need
squarely
to. I
on
can
Pilate.
read the Bible and about Barabbas, and I can read about the Romans saying to the Jews, who do you want me to free? This guy who I believe has done nothing, or this guy, the murderer and the rapist? And they said,
Well,
free Barabbas, may his blood forever
that
be on our children. That was the cry of
that
the
never
Jews to
happened.
kill
That never
Jesus
happened.
Christ. Yes,
Never happened.
yes, it did happen. What are you
No, it
talking
never
about?
happened.
It just
There was
never
no
happened. Okay,
tradition.
all right.
There was no tradition on Pesach, on Passover, to free
We're
one
getting
prisoner
off
or
into the
the other.
weeds. We're getting off into the weeds.
And
It is,
well, let me
but
just finish my
Diligent, it's
point.
a
Let me
great
just finish my
example
point.
of just the delusion of this side of the argument that just believes it can do anything, and that if you oppose it, if you get upset about it, if you try to reject it, it's merely based on anti-Semitism, which has been the cry from this group of people forever, and they have basically made it a almost literal crime in the United States at this point to even oppose it. So it's
Yeah,
essentially
well,
like being
I hope it is.
slaved, or else you're a bigot.
I hope it does become a literal crime because then that will protect
Yeah,
lives.
so did the Bolsheviks, Yitz. They were also
Yeah,
Jewish, and they also murdered tens
5%,
of millions of Christians.
5%, 5% of the Bolsheviks
Yeah, and
were only
75% of the
Jews,
Bolshevik
and
leadership, Yitz.
no, it was 5%. And
Yes,
actually,
yes, yes.
they killed Jews. Have you Googled Google Stalin's doctor's plot? Google, Trotsky.
My audience is here to listen about Joe Kemp and what he said about us being compromised potentially by Israel, either through compromise or through direct threat to Trump's life. and I want to get into that. Ian, I do have one follow-up question for you. You said that you lean more towards the former, which is the compromise or corruption aspect of it, complicity. I do lean. I think it's probably more than one thing. There's probably an incentive structure there as well as a threat structure there. The If you think about it, the mob works in the same way. Many criminal organizations will also grease palms, but if they don't do what they want, people end up made examples of. Charlie Kirk's a very good example of this. Ian,
Diligent.
yes,
If I
please,
can,
bro.
just 1 second, respond to him. It's very
I've
important.
given you
He made
ample.
these accusations. I have to clarify them.
He's going to play emotional games. It's very
No, it's
important. I've got
it's
to
all
go
facts.
now. All
It's
this
all
other
facts.
nonsense. Yitz, just
Yes.
No,
stop.
it's all facts. It's all facts. Like,
Yeah,
for
Yes,
example, the
I'm
Soviets,
going to let
they
you.
they
I'm
sunk
going to
a
let you.
boat full of Jewish refugees during the Holocaust. They
You're
considered
breaking.
Zionists.
We're not arguing about the
Diligent, diligent.
Holocaust. Hold on. I want Ian to answer my question. Please remain muted while he answers my question, and then I'm going to go to the hands. They've been waiting very patiently. You've had ample floor time. I'm not censoring you. I will let you clarify when I get back to you. Ian, um, Cellebrite. Do you think that it's a bad idea for the US government, Secret Service, or any of the national security apparatus to be dependent upon a foreign country to investigate threats to its president?
Yeah, I think it's crazy that it's even a question, if that makes sense. I mean, the
Hey,
United States. I'm sorry.
hey, can I? I just want to hop in real quick. You know that
Are you
Celebrate.
doors into basically it's in Israel. So what is it? Intel inside? Well, Israel inside. It's inside everything. The media, the politics, the technology, the pharmaceutical industries. And we need to look around and recognize that this system wants us to prevail so long as it is of benefit exclusively to them. The moment that we say we're done with you, we're detaching, Israel will turn on the United States in a way that we cannot possibly comprehend. And so we need to start kind of building at least an intellectual opposition to it so that eventually we can advance a political opposition to the subversion of the political machine so that by the time we get to 2028, we can get a presidential candidate. And look, I'm not going to say Joe Kent 2028, right? But we need to have a person that's at least going to have the public conversation around the very subversion and let's say intrusion that Israel has on our machine, Diligent, just like you stated, because at the end of the day, if this is the root of all the problems, which I would claim that it essentially is, if we can't even identify the problem, we'll never be able to fix it. And if we can't even discuss it, well, then we won't ever be able to identify it for the masses, right? So we got to keep doing what we're doing in these conversations to bring awareness to these things and to recognize that unfortunately, you did a wonderful job exemplifying the very problem I point to, which is, again, doesn't matter where these people are, they are loyal to their group, their in-tribe benefit. And that is at the out-group detriment of everybody else that they've been around. That's why this expulsion, let's say, procedure has happened over and over and over again.
I have a question for you, Diligent, real quickly, if you don't mind. Just real
Go
quick.
for it.
Okay, thank you. So you explained what you perceive to be the how, but we haven't gotten into the why. Why would Israel want to try to assassinate Donald Trump back in Butler? We know the bullet was like a quarter inch away from his head. So like,
I didn't say that Israel did try to assassinate him. I didn't say that.
but
I
Joe
said
can't.
Joe Ken alluded to there may have been some involvement there. I mean, I would argue it's
Yeah, well, he
probably.
has to explain
I
why.
would
He has to
argue
explain the why,
if I
as Lee just
it's.
said.
I personally think it's a conjunction between our intelligence and if it was that case, I would say it is with all of the domestic failures of the Secret Service and the FBI, right? That's not Israel, that's the United States. So it
Yeah.
would be a partnership between a foreign element and the United States, right?
Oh, so you're saying
And
like the
same thing with
Democrats?
Charlie Kirk. Same thing with
So
Charlie
so so
Kirk.
so like Joe Kent from his. So assuming Joe Kent was here, for example, you might try to say the Democrats and the Israelis try to get Trump or Charlie Kirk or whatever. The only problem with that is that I am very convinced, and no one can never argue me out of this. I'm very convinced that if we had Kamala Harris right now, we would not be attacking Iran to our own detriment as well, and we would have recognized Palestine as a state, along with France and Spain and
Wait, so are you
Norway,
saying that
etc.
we would have peace if Kamala Harris was in office right now? Is that
Well,
what you're
to
saying?
quote a classic film, and the guy who was in it is an anti-Semite. But to quote from Braveheart, he says, "Well, what did he say? You'll live for a while." Isn't that the quote he says in his great speech at the Battle of Stirling Bridge? I mean, yeah, there might be quote unquote peace for a little bit until an ICBM heads our direction. Everyone makes a mistake of thinking Iran is contained in the Middle East. It's not. Um, they kidnapped an American journalist
I gotta get
in
to the other
D.C.
hand. So you made your point. You
Okay,
made your
okay,
point.
okay, okay. Well, the
You,
last point I wanted to say to Ian is that he misunderstands Greater Israel. Greater Israel only concerns Judea and Samaria. The idea that Israel is going to expand to Iraq and Egypt and everything, we've always, unlike Mike Huckabee, we've always interpreted that as like a metaphor, that monotheism would spread, and indeed it has.
okay.
Yeah, so he's
Cos
incorrect. You have to know the facts. If you're going to come in and argue the facts, you have to know the facts. I'm not going to go to a computer scientist and say I know everything about HP
we
laptops
hear
when I
you.
How long
don't.
do we have to listen to this? For real? I mean, how long will he hijack this space?
Mike, go ahead. And
Yeah,
Scott, you go
thanks.
next.
Yeah, so I got
Here, let me
some of
just
the
set the
details.
rules. Let me set the rules. If you know someone from the if you are on one side of this, I want you to keep your statements to about a minute and a half. No long diatribes. Don't make 10 points that people can't follow along and somebody tries to respond to. Make one or two, maybe 3 points if you're succinct. and then let somebody from the opposing side offer their rebuttal, or if somebody wants to add to it, let them. And then I don't have to keep calling on you. I don't want to have to keep talking over people. Like, we're all adults here. I'm sure that we can operate, and have a conversation. That's what I want to have, is a conversation. So go ahead, Cos Mike, and then if somebody disagrees with him, we'll let them respond. If you've had
Yeah,
your hand
so
up longer, jump in. Go ahead, Cos Mike.
I was looking at the Tucker Carlson Joe Kent interview and some of the things that Joe Kent presented as evidence, or why he felt there was no imminent threat to the United States from Iran. So one of the things that he put out there, maybe the strongest argument, was that the Ayatollah Khomeini in 2004 had decreed a fatwa saying that the use of nuclear weapons was not haram, right? So that means it's haram, meaning that it's not within the law, or it's not kosher, whatever you want to call it, for uh, Muslims or Islamists to use nuclear weapons. So if you dig into that a little bit more, you realize that this particular decree was made right around the time that the Iraqi war was starting. And I think at that time it was a kind of a knee-jerk reaction, basically saying, leave us out of this, we're not going to get involved. And we're going to do a few little political posturing things in order to protect ourselves from this situation. But turned out that was a pretty smart move, because basically what he's done is he kind of insulated himself by saying, well, we're not pursuing any sort of nuclear program because we believe somehow that nuclear weapons are not allowed by our religion. So if you look into that, there's a whole spiel about, what you can and can't do, etc. But then something that I think Joe should have also mentioned, though, is that these fatwas can be essentially negated at any point in time, right? So if we think about this logically, he creates this fatwa to use it as a cover for being able to go ahead and produce his nuclear weapons and do the uranium enrichment as much as he wants. And then at the right time, he would just rescind the fatwa and be able to do whatever it is that he wants to do. So, I think that Joe was he was being naive or a little bit disingenuous in that particular argument. And
What does that have to
given
do
that,
with what he said about Israel being potentially involved in Kirk's assassination, and alluding to them potentially being involved in a threat to President Trump's life? Because that's the
I was just
question
talking
there.
about Joe Kent and what his credibility, and
Mhm.
having to do with his resignation and reasoning for his
Well, I mean,
resignation.
you're talking about him, whether or not he believes that Iran was a credible threat to the United States, an imminent threat as described, and the justification for the Iran war, and in partnership with Israel, right? So
Right.
you just said in your statement that the religious law about not nuking was a real thing, regardless of whether or not it is a straw man, which is not for Joe Kent to decide, right? It is for the leaders of Iran to decide. You're saying, well, yeah, it could be used as a cover to develop nuclear weapons while it's illegal to use them. Well, if it's illegal to
Right.
use them, it doesn't matter if they're developing or not. You can use, if you can develop them all day long, and if they're not going to use them, they're not going to use them.
No,
But
but I
but
guess you
there's
missed
been
it,
no
right?
credible evidence given that they had a nuclear program in development. And even if there was, according to President Trump, it was taken out with Operation Hammer, Midnight
Right.
Hammer. Right.
So you
So
missed it. You missed it, right? So what I said was that at any point in time, they can rescind the fatwa. In other words, they put it there for the
yeah,
time
but did
being
they
so that they
did
can do
they
whatever they want
at
to
any point
do,
in time they
and
can
then they can
yeah, I
actually
didn't
end
miss
it.
it. I didn't miss it. At any point in time, we can rescind any law that we want as well, correct? We have treaties in
Yeah, but
place.
it's a
We have treaties in place. We have laws in place. We can rescind that as well. The fact of the matter is that they didn't rescind the law. We haven't seen any credible evidence that they've developed the nukes, right? There's no evidence that he was lying.
okay.
You are simply presenting a scenario where he could potentially be wrong. But that's still not evidence of deceit. So it's not a hit on his credibility. So let's get back
It
on
is.
topic.
It
Let's
is
get
because let
back.
me finish
Let's
it.
get
Let me.
back. No, because it's off topic. So let's get back on topic, because the point of this space is to address what he said about potential Israeli or foreign involvement with Butler and the assassination attempt on President Trump's life and Charlie Kirk's assassination. And he said that there was data that leads him, there was credible data that President Trump believes his life is in threat now, which means that he could be enacting this policy under duress. What do you have to say about that? That's what I want to know.
Okay, so this is the way I see it. Okay, so based on the first statement I made, I don't find it to be credible, and that's based upon the Iranian uranium enrichment program that took it all the way to 60% and to stockpile levels are.
I do not want to debate their
I'm building
nuclear
my
program.
foundation, bro.
I don't need you to. I don't need you to. I've already given you the premise of the discussion.
Right. So I'm answering the premise. Right.
So no, you're not. No, I asked you a direct question.
Right.
Okay.
So I'm giving you the answer.
Let me help you. All right. Take Joe Kent out of it. All right. Take Joe Kent out of it. The United States used Israel and Cellebrite to investigate Thomas Crook's involvement with the assassination attempt on his life. Do you see that it's a problem that the United States government is dependent upon a foreign country to ensure the safety of its highest executive?
Okay, so the Cellebrite company, they specifically are experts in being able to crack encrypted cell phones. Okay, that's what they do. So it turns out that they happen to be the best company in the entire planet that can do this particular task. There's no U.S. Company that can match them in their capabilities.
I'm trying to bring a country
so this
up,
this is why
I lost Destiny.
this is why they're using it. This is why they're using Cellebrite. It's not because there's some kind of crazy conspiracy, blah blah blah.
Okay, I don't know why you do this. I asked you a very simple and direct question. Like, it's so simple. I said, do you think it is a problem that the United States government has to outsource the safety of its highest executive to a foreign country? It's a yes or no question. You are filibustering me, and I don't need you to filibuster
Israel's
me.
an ally.
I said foreign country. I didn't say ally. I didn't say enemy. Right?
That question, the way you frame it, is forcing me to try to answer in a particular path, and it's just
reject the premise.
So is Israel a foreign country?
Yes.
If we can't identify who tried to kill President Trump, does that mean that there's a potential ongoing threat?
Yes.
Okay, so regardless of what country it is, if that country was potentially involved, would you trust a country that could be potentially involved in an assassination attempt upon one of your leaders to investigate whether or not they were involved?
No, of course. I would not trust a country.
Defendants in a criminal case investigate themselves, or do we let our people do it?
Obviously not. So that should tell you something. That should tell you that we trust Israel. We don't believe that they're involved in these things, or else we wouldn't use them.
So what you're saying is, because I'm asking for your opinion.
Ian, you're just you're
I'm
paranoid as fuck.
Hold on.
This is wrong.
It's at the crux. Okay, you just answered my question. I don't trust Israel to search to protect my president. I don't trust China to protect my president. I don't trust England to protect my president. I don't trust Mexico to protect my president. And there's nothing wrong with that. The safety and national security of my country and my country's future should not rest on any other country than the United States. Unless we're in a war and we have allies that we need to defeat a coalition with, etc. When we're talking about the personal security of our nation's highest ranking executive, right? It should not depend on a foreign country. I don't care if it's Israel or any other country. So this is a conversation between me and Mike. So stop trying to interrupt it. And Mike, let me have a back and forth with you. So this is a personal opinion. You're okay with it. I am not. Fine. Okay. I'm glad you said that. Right. You can reject the premise, you can reject the framing, but I'm not okay with outsourcing the national security of this country to Israel or any other third party. That's the distinction here. Right. It's not about Israel. It's not about Jews. It's not about anybody else. I am not good with outsourcing my child's future to any country that might have its own interests ahead of ours. And any American should share that very same notion, but I can't speak. That's just, and ideally, I would hope that Americans would feel the same way, but it's weird to see that they're not. I know that's just crazy to me.
Okay. So look, based upon the premise, in a perfect world, if we had the best of everything, then I agree with you. We should be able to do it ourselves internally, and we should, have those capabilities to address these particular things. But in the case where we have a strong ally, and we believe that they have a superior technology to what we can do, I think it's okay to trust them to do that. I think it's a bit paranoid not to be willing to work with your allies. I thought you thought it was important for us to have allies.
The safety. It's more important for my president to be safe than it is for us to have allies. You can care more about the allies. I care more about my president. So I see it as a security risk to outsource the safety of a president. If Thomas Crook, we have no answer of who Thomas Crook was working with.
But here's the thing, Diligent.
And the country responsible for finding out who he was working with is a foreign country, right?
But here's the thing, Diligent.
There is a loss of investigative integrity when you outsource. It doesn't matter if it is a homicide investigation or a beat cop investigating, right? When you look away, when you add a third party to an investigation, you compromise the integrity of that investigation by nature. It is a mathematical statistic, right? You are expanding the scope of compromise, right? Of potential compromise.
Let me respond.
So I'm just saying, bro. Like I get to trust me, bro, and they're our greatest allies, and yada yada yada. And in many regards,
in the meantime, Israel, you could argue.
Hold on. Let me respond.
America's fighting Iran.
Dude, yes, come on.
We're outsourcing our security to them.
In many regards, I find exchanging intelligence and operations. I don't have a problem. Unlike Ian or some of these other people here, I don't have a problem. Maybe I'm wrong. I won't speak for them. I don't have a problem with us working with Israel to accomplish mutually beneficial goals. But, right?
I do.
When it comes to protecting our president, that's not one of them. When it comes to bombing Iran, that's also not one of them, because that is not a mutually beneficial proposition. That benefits one party
more than the other.
The entire nation
of Israel has outsourced part of its security
hold on.
to the United States. The entire nation.
We're going to let Mike reply to my rant.
Okay, here's the thing. It's not a binary choice. So I understand your concern. I get it. But I'm also going to say that when we make these decisions, we have to at some point trust our government to be able to be smart enough to make these decisions. It's really a risk. It's a risk assessment, right?
Did you say
trust? This is a risk assessment. In other words,
like during COVID,
no matter what you. Okay, so you guys aren't going to let me respond.
Yeah, let him respond.
No, it's a crazy statement.
But we'll let him respond. I just went on a long diatribe. I did offer him. I said we're going to have a back and forth, and then I'll let you guys all chime in.
So it's a risk assessment, right? So I know, how much work you've done in being able to, do planning and stuff like that. But one of the main things in planning projects is a risk assessment. In other words, no matter what decision you take, there's going to be some level of risk associated to it, and you have to determine whether or not that risk is acceptable.
How's the last 30 years look for you?
So the government has accepted the risk of sending, this particular company the cell phone in order to do this decryption work. And if for whatever reason, of course, this is not directly protecting the president. This is more the forensic analysis after the fact.
No. If the threat remains ongoing, if you cannot identify it.
Right, exactly.
It
So
is
we're using
directly consequential to the president's safety. You don't
all right.
know that the threat was eliminated, right? If you can't identify who he was working for.
Okay, let me
I
describe
think
it
it
this
was
way.
the
So
Eskimos.
pretend,
Pick on the Eskimos for once.
yes, let me finish,
The
bro.
Eskimos.
Imagine this. Okay, let's say you're in a situation, right? And there's two people there. There's one person that you feel 100% confidence with, and you have another person standing next to them that you have 90% confidence with. Okay, the
Which
person
one
that
killed
you
your
have
former president?
hold on, the one person that you have 100% confidence with tells you, I'm not capable of hacking this phone and decrypting it to get the information you need. The person that you have 90% confidence in says, I can do that for you. Who are you going to ask to do the job?
If our government is not capable of breaking into a Samsung Galaxy phone, then we should not be paying fucking taxes. If our government has to outsource breaking into a Samsung Galaxy phone, and let me just say this, as a computer scientist myself, it is not that fucking difficult. But besides that, if our government
Apply for the job.
if our government has to outsource the safety of our president because they can't hack into a Samsung phone, we should not be paying fucking taxes. We are supposed
So
to
I
be
guess you
the
haven't
tip.
been.
We are supposed to be the tip of the spear, right?
So I guess you
I
haven't been following the encryption stuff then, right? Because all of the encryption stories, especially like remember when
it's
Apple got into
256
trouble about
it's
this.
256-bit encryption,
No,
but
listen.
Android is natively encrypted. It is the easiest one because you can do it from the device. You can do it from the device. It is, even though it's an encrypted operating system, there's a bunch of holes for entry there, including in the kernel, right? So you can say whatever you want, but as somebody who has studied extensively on the subject, particularly with these kinds of phones, I would disagree with you. Yes, encryption's a
So
bitch.
you're an encryption expert.
Is it the end all? I'm knowledgeable about encryption. I'm not an expert. I didn't say that I was.
Well, I'm not going
Right?
to argue with you on this. I'll just let everybody in the room do your own research.
Please do your
Search
own
this
research.
on the AI and
Please do
ask
your
the
own
AI, can
research.
we do this
Who
decryption
runs
on
the
our own
AI?
without someone else?
So
See, that's the
Cause
thing
Mike,
about you, Eon. You're so deep into the.
we're not going to get into the sidetrack. Okay.
Hey,
You
Diligent.
are saying that the United States, hold on. So Cause Mike, I just want to make it clear. I want to get your position and I'm going to go to the other hands. You are okay with the US government, the most powerful weapon in the world, not being capable of breaking into a phone to save its president's life and being dependent upon a potential a potential compromise situation or dependent upon a third party, any third party, to be able to accomplish that. You're okay with paying taxes and having that be the status quo, that we can't protect ourselves and we have to depend on Israel to protect our commander in chief. You are truly okay with that?
I'm not okay with that, but that's the reality of the situation.
Okay, well,
I don't believe it.
you're not okay with it, but that's the reality of the situation.
Okay.
I'm not okay with it being the reality of the situation. I am going to
You're making a mole out of a mountain. You're making a
No, I
molehill
am
out of a mountain.
not. No, I
Here's what
am
I want to say,
not.
Diligent, because I have to go, because Sabat, so I have to go.
Okay, I will. It is
Okay.
okay. Go
So,
ahead.
yes. So I want to
Yeah,
make the point
look,
to everyone.
yes, you got 45 seconds.
Well, okay. I might need a little longer than that. I want to make the point. Okay.
He'll be here an
At
hour
the end
from
of the
now.
day, for all of these points and everything about Joe Kant and whether we should attack Iran or not, at the end of the day, we are not going to sacrifice we're not going to commit national suicide so that all the anti-Semites can sleep soundly at night, comfortable in their little beds in their keyboard warrior outfits, and bitch and moan about Israel compromising America and why the Ayatollahs are so great, even though they kill Americans and blah blah blah. We're not going to take that risk. We're not going to allow it to happen, and that's that. And if you don't
This
like
is
it, people,
a non sequitur.
there
I
is the
didn't do
door.
that.
You can leave the country. If you don't like it, leave the country. Go
maybe,
to the
or
North
maybe,
Pole.
or
I
maybe
hear it's
with me,
awfully white up there. It's very white at the North Pole. You'll love it. Go there. Okay, because
Thank you, Ben
compromise the
Shapiro.
North.
you're. This is
It's
not a good
all
faith
nonsense.
statement.
If
All
I'm
right, thank you, Yitz, thank you. All right, go ahead. Have a good Shabbat Shalom, whatever. Have a good Sabbath.
So
Shabbat
I just
shalom
want
to.
We're gonna let somebody. Cos Mike and I are over. I invited AB to the space. David, you've been waiting patiently. I removed you from the space. I'm gonna let you go first, and then we'll go to AB. And you guys, I know you bump heads or whatever. Let's keep it good faith and not
Sure.
on the ad
Yeah,
hominems.
absolutely.
Well, thanks for the mic, Diligent.
So,
Appreciate it.
yeah.
No problem.
So I just want to make this basic point, and you didn't bring it up, Diligent. The oath. The oath to the Constitution. Nobody, nobody that divides their loyalty, nobody that didn't take an oath to the Constitution should have anything to do with our national security. And everybody in the room knows this. Listen, Diligent, you're not persuading many people because they're already on your side. We just all need to hear these other people talking. Everybody else in the room. The idea that people that when you ask them, they can't say, I would put my hand in the air and take the oath and say, all enemies, foreign and domestic, all of them. And when you ask them, well, what if it was that country? And they say, well, no, I can't answer that one. I can't answer that one. It's just infeasible. And they're saying that that country who doesn't, those people in that country that don't take us, don't swear an oath to our Constitution. Even police officers, by the way, have to take that oath, and it has to be on file. That's for a reason. You cannot serve two masters. Divided loyalty is no loyalty at all. And we're talking about people who still to this day harbor Jonathan Pollard, a traitor to America. And by the way, they're fine with that. These are the same people that let a pedophile run to their country and get away with it, even though they're taking money from us. And these are the same people where they're people like Jonathan Greenblatt of the ADL say, we're working with the FBI, we're coming after you. And we just heard someone who said, if we wanted to, we could take out Candace Owens. And you're saying all of that you're hearing from these people. I want all the rest of the people hearing them say, no, 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 trust us. Trust us who at every turn tell you that we will betray you, that your interests and our interests are not one and the same. And the argument of, well, we would never sabotage ourselves. Well, there it is, isn't it? Yes, at least there's the truth. We'll do whatever it is that's convenient for us. So Diligent, of course you're right. You see, this is so obvious. You should never outsource. You should never outsource your national security to anybody, and especially people who don't swear an oath to your Constitution, don't swear fealty, singular fealty to your country. I mean, I'm Scottish. I feel this way about Scotland. I wouldn't want, no divided loyalty whatsoever. We went to war with Scotland. I'm pulling for America. I'm on their side. So absolutely, my friend, just don't forget the oath of
And
office.
and and if we supply Israel with so much aid, why would we not move Cellebrite here?
Right.
Why would we not demand a share in those technical capabilities? We share our technical capabilities with them. Why
And I
would
love
they, even if we had to buy it, right? Why
and
wouldn't we? Why, if we're just giving them money, why do we not buy that capability from them?
and
Like,
I
just
why
to
would they
top
not
it.
share
I
it?
Just like
also
If
what
love
if
we
the
did
they're
with
people.
TikTok.
if they are our greatest ally, why are they not sharing that capability
Right.
with us?
Why does it need to be here? And here's the funny thing, though, is that all of a sudden, us who supplies them with all the money and technology, us who have the best computer science schools in the world, us who have more computer scientists in our, I mean, it's just amazing what we do here. And they're saying, you know what? The reason why that you have to compromise your security, the reason why you have to share this with an ethno state who admits to genocide but calls it by another name, the reason why that you have to do it is because you guys are dumb. We're just smarter than you. I mean, guys, how much, how long are you going to hear all this when you realize these are not our allies at all if they talk like this?
Well, I don't think Gitz is representative of Israel in whole, but he is a representative, I guess, of a Zionist or whatever he is. I just want to say this: I don't have a problem with us working with Israel to protect each other's security. I don't want my country being dependent upon Israel for its national security. No country should outsource its its continuity, right, on another country. Like that's retarded. It's a basic thought of self-preservation. Even if you're on an airplane, the first thing you have to protect is yourself before you help anybody else. You're not dependent solely upon another person. That other person might fail. They might die. They might choose not to help you someday. They might decide that it's more in their interest to expedite your demise, right? We just don't know because they are not beholden to our system, to our constitution. It's a good point about the oath, right? I
Yeah.
don't want to outsource my president's safety to someone who is not have a vested interest in the continuity of the United States.
And
That's
diligent.
common sense shit.
Right. And diligent, suppose you're an advisor to Israel, right? And you're saying, okay, you are implicated, right or wrong, you're implicated in the minds of a great deal of American people, and some evidence that maybe just because evidence points to you, just because there's smoke doesn't mean there's a fire, but you're implicated in the possibility of a blackmail operation. You're implicated in the possibility of being part of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Again, that doesn't make you guilty, but you're implicated in these things. Why would you want to be part of the investigation? Why would you want, if you're innocent, wouldn't you want to be as far away from that as possible? Why would you be saying, no, 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 we want to help you with a thing that Americans suspect that we're a part of? You wouldn't, like, would you want that? No. And would you advise them if you really thought they were innocent? Wouldn't you advise them, hey, you should not be, we shouldn't be outsourcing that to you. It's going to be a bad look for you.
I agree. Well, again, I think nation states are going to try to get have as much influence over other states as possible. And I don't think Israel or the United States, for example, is exempt from that. Any country wants as much influence over other countries as it possibly can in almost any way that it can. Some have aligning values and interests, and so they are, less um, aggressive, I would say. But there's a lot of evidence that many of the countries that share intelligence are very aggressive towards each other, and it gets put up with. So, Terry, go ahead, and then we'll go to AB.
Yeah, I haven't been in the whole time, but I've heard David, and he's obviously an intelligent guy, but I do. I mean, let me just ask you, David. Do you think Jews in general are bad or control the country or something like that?
I think Jewish supremacy is absolutely the number one problem that's destroying the West. But as a person of the Enlightenment, my brothers and sisters that are Jewish, including the ones in this room, I always assume that they have the divine spark within them, and I can never, ever, ever. There's no such thing as the transmigration of guilt. So anybody can be a part of a group and be good, and part of a group and be bad. But the reason why Jewish supremacy is so singularly bad is that there's no other group of people who have such a large swath of them that view their responsibility as to go into a civilization and undermine it. By any means
Well,
necessary isn't just
hold on,
Not
Marxist.
Muslims, right?
It's just hold on.
hold
By any
on.
means necessary isn't just
Yeah,
Islam.
hold on.
Isn't
Yeah,
just Marxist. It's Talmudic. But
I've been hearing you talk a long time,
okay.
and I appreciate that. But I guess I'm hearing from you that
One last thing there.
yeah,
I also want to see this to you. When Dave Smith said, I can't have it. I can't have it. I'm wrong either way I go, because people will say I'm a controlled opposition when I agree with them on Israel, and when I don't agree with them, then I'm just part of the tribe. And I totally love that he said that. I'm like, you're right. That's intellectually dishonest. I just have to
yeah,
and this is what Diligent and I are
but
doing with Joe Kent.
David,
We don't know
yeah,
for sure that he's good
David,
all the way around. We're just taking
yeah,
what he
right.
says.
But I'm a little confused because it sounds like you're saying yes, the whole Jewish control of the U.S. is bad. I mean, and it's a
Jewish
given fact.
supremacists, not Jewish.
Pardon me?
Jewish supremacists, because
Yeah,
you
you're conflating. He didn't say Jewish.
yeah,
He said
because what you're
Jewish.
doing is you're saying that everybody, and this is a bigoted thing, and I don't want you to say this because my Jewish brothers and sisters, and by the way, Spinoza, for instance, one of the greatest geniuses ever, is my hero. So you're saying, all Jews are part of this. That's not true. In fact,
No,
you
David, I'm trying
go
to
ahead.
understand your views. It's
Okay.
not what I think that's
Okay,
important
sure. Go
here.
ahead.
I'm really just trying to understand your
Yeah, he
views.
said Jewish supremacy. He didn't say Jews, Cherry.
Okay.
Right.
And how do you define that? What's a Jewish supremacist?
Great question. There are people who view themselves as part of a group that specifically are superior to the group within which they occupy, and thus they parasitize that group. They undermine it at the broader groups, at the host nation or the host group's expense and to their benefit. So it's
Okay.
a zero sum game.
I get
And by the way,
I get it.
this would be true
Yeah.
if you're like a mafia or something. So
Okay.
yeah.
I hear you. So out of, let's say 100 Jewish folks in the country, all right, US. What percentage of those folks do you think are Jewish supremacists?
No idea.
You don't know. Okay. Do you think it's a
Mm-mm.
majority or few
I
or a
I
lot?
I have no idea.
Okay.
For
That's
instance,
a
let's
fair.
say the Soviet Union, I think Jewish supremacy exterminated, 30, 40 million Anglos or whatever you want to call them in the Soviet Union and burned down those churches. And they clearly just had an absolute animus towards them. And I don't know, I don't even know what percentage of the, in fact, it works both ways, right? Like in an American Revolution, this has nothing
Okay.
to do with, hold on, in the American Revolution, only 2 or 3% participated. So I wouldn't be able to hazard the
Okay.
answer to that. I
I
will
got
say
Terry,
one
it's
do
an
you
other.
odd
think?
number. It's an odd percentage of people in Israel, an odd percentage, I think Ian knows this better than I do, a percentage of Israel that actually openly accept genocide and openly call for ethnic
65%.
cleansing. Yeah.
Yeah. I
Terry,
got another
Terry,
question.
Terry, I have a
Yeah.
question for you.
Yeah.
Do you think it's a problem for the United States to outsource the safety of its president to a foreign country, regardless of what the
Oh,
country is?
absolutely. Yeah. That's
So
easy.
so
Easy
then
one.
so then depending on Israel to identify the threat of Thomas Crooks, is that problematic?
I don't know who that is, but I think.
Thomas Crooks is the individual who shot President Trump in Butler,
Can I push back
Pennsylvania.
on this,
Oh, okay.
please? Can
I'm
I push back on this,
asking,
please?
why are you pushing back? I'm asking Terry a question about his opinion. So, Terry, do you think
Yep.
that it is a problem for the United States to depend on a foreign country to identify who Thomas Crooks may have been working with when he shot President Trump?
Yes.
Why
Just
is
as
that?
simple. Well, I think that, I don't care if it was Obama or Trump or whoever, I don't care. I mean, the safety of our chief executive needs to be under our control, period.
100%. I agree. So it doesn't
Yeah.
matter what the third party country is, even if it
No,
is Israel, it shouldn't be dependent
I,
upon another country, correct?
I'd be concerned if it was Canada right now,
Right.
but,
Right.
but
I don't think that's a
I have,
radical position. Is that an anti-Semitic position?
no, that's idiotic for people to say that. But I got a question for David. So you talked about, I guess Jewish folks killing 40 million Christians, I guess. And I don't know about that, but whatever. But let me ask you this. Do you believe that during the Holocaust 6 million Jews were killed?
No idea, because, and here's why. Because,
Yeah, that's where
well,
we part
hold
company.
on, hold on.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
that's okay, my friend, but why don't you let me answer the question, okay?
yeah. And I'll tell you some stuff. Go ahead.
Okay, that's totally cool. So the biggest group of Holocaust deniers are the very people who perpetrated it in Russia, right? And then afterwards, whatever happened in Germany, because remember they started saying the 6 million number 10 years before, they declared war on Germany in 1933, and we have all of this as evidence. We know that Judea declares war on Germany in 1933, and so uh, I am a radical for freedom of speech. Glenn Greenwald is the best journalist in the world as far as I'm concerned. This is the best citizen journalist we're talking to right here, by the way, and Diligent. And they're both incredibly they're great advocates for freedom of speech. When people tell me I'm not allowed to question their numbers, when people tell me they want, even Yitz said, we want to make it, we want to spit on the graves of all the people buried in Arlington and make it so you can't say, and I'm doing air quotes here, italicizing, anti-Semitic things. Well, you should question those things. Everybody should forever say, yes, I doubt the veracity of any number that people give me where they tell me it's against the law or that I should be punished if I question that. That
No,
above
I
all.
agree with you. I
Yeah,
agree
and
with
I will
you
just
on
finish
that.
this. Nobody wants to ban the Flat Earth Society. It's always true that the censors are on the wrong side of history, and they always want to ban you, not for saying things that are false, but for things that are true. So, and by the way, I still don't know all the numbers and everything, but that's
But
my
David,
principled answer.
okay, listen. All right, I guess you're want to quibble with the number. Are you saying that there were a lot of Jewish people killed in the Holocaust, but you don't know it
Well,
was
first of all,
6
I don't call
million
it a
or 4
Holocaust
million?
because you
Oh,
don't get a special word because it's you. That's just ridiculous. I never
I thought
understood
you were
this.
in favor of freedom of speech.
Well,
So I
I will
guess you want to.
defend your right to
I'm
say
sorry.
something.
Well, you're having a back and forth. He didn't interrupt you, David. Let
Oh,
him
pardon
finish
me.
it.
Go
We're gonna
ahead.
move. Go ahead, Terry. You can respond. Then I want to move to AB because he's been waiting a long time, and I specifically invited him to back up Yitz, who's now gone. Go ahead,
Oh,
Terry.
well, let me just say,
Terry.
I will defend your right to say this. I'm just taking umbrage with it, but go ahead, my friend.
Oh, so I can use the word Holocaust.
Well, again, I'm a radical for freedom of speech, so you can use whatever you want.
Oh,
You can
thank
use
you.
the word
Okay.
special ferries. I don't care.
Yeah. But here's where I'm coming from on this is my father joined the army when he was 17, maybe 16. Okay. Came from a fairly privileged Chicago family. And when he came back from the wars, his mom told me he was never the same. And he didn't talk about it much. But one of the things he told me was he liberated one of the camps. He was in Patton's army, marched across Germany, and he
What did
liberated one
Patton
of the
say about
camps.
the war?
Pardon me?
Let's let him finish,
I
please,
didn't hear the
Terry.
question.
It's fine. Well, I want you to finish your story.
Yeah. But bottom line, David, is my father was an eyewitness and he told me what he saw. And just to make sure that I knew my children would meet people like you, and it's not a personal attack, man. It's just how I'm looking at it right now, is who would deny that there was such a thing or that happened. So I
Well,
made sure before he
what's
died.
that?
I'm sorry, stop.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, Terry, go ahead and land your plane. You're good.
Yeah, I will.
Stop interrupting.
Me or him?
He's
Me.
interrupting you. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So I had my children listen to it too. And so, yes, there was a mass extermination of Jewish people in Poland, Germany, other places. How do I know it? I talked to a person that was an eyewitness. So there you go.
Well, let me ask you back. Do you deny the Holocaust that Jews?
I don't want to get into the
Well,
Holocaust
I am allowed
denial
to ask him
conversation.
this one question. Does he
But you
deny the whole?
guys, he asked you a question. You
Right.
answered. He finished his
I want him
story.
just to tell me, does he
But this is
deny?
a whole like David.
Well, you let him do all that to me, and you won't let
This
me ask
is
the one question back?
well. I would
Go
rather
ahead.
have you just give a response instead of a question. A
Okay, I'll give
question is
her.
an
We need
ongoing
to move along,
thing.
but
I don't
go
want to
ahead.
have the Holocaust
Okay.
debate in this
No, I'm with
space. That's
you.
what I'm
I'm
trying
with
to
you.
avoid.
Okay. All right.
I totally agree.
I will not turn it into a question. I will just say this. These are the very people these are Holocaust deniers. And I try to say, please have some compassion, have a soul, and finally stop denying the Holocaust that you perpetrated upon millions and tens of millions of white people and burning down their churches. And their answer is no, 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 no. But those people don't count because they're not special. So it's not a Holocaust, and we don't even have to say that it happened. We'll deny the Holocaust or the cows to come home. Okay, well that's
Hey, I'm on
fine.
YouTube. You guys are gonna get me. You're gonna get
Yeah.
me shut
So well,
down.
that I'll just end it with
Let's keep
this.
moving,
That's
man.
fine, but
I didn't mean to take it there.
don't say that you're going to deny the Holocaust that you perpetrated, and then say you're the good guy. You're not.
All right,
So
all right, all right, all right. You made your point. You made your point. Like, I want to keep it on topic. Read the title, everybody. We're not
Yep.
talking about the
Go, go, go.
Holocaust. Okay, thank you. AB. Remember what I just said. Read the title. I would rather, AB, I would rather have you address my concern about Cellebrite and outsourcing the safety of the president to a foreign country. I want to hear you. I would love to hear your position on that.
Yeah, sorry, I was just fantasizing about giving David an atomic wedgie, like hanging him from, which we did in school one time. That's what he deserves. But
You're
yeah,
Jewish,
Is that
right?
before or after the sex change?
going to you sound like you've already had a sex change, but
No, I think
sticking
you're
on
transitioning
this,
now.
Come on.
sticking
Move
on
it
the
along.
topic. What a pathetic demagogue you are. Sticking on the topic. Number one, we have to take. I didn't watch the interview except for clips that were reviewed, but I have seen sort of the popular claims coming out of it. In regards to Cellebrite does have a U.S. subsidiary. Actually, no. Before I get into that, more important point, I sort of was looking into what happened vis-a-vis Cellebrite, what's known to what happened vis-a-vis Cellebrite regarding the Thomas Crooks investigation, and what happened was they initially used kind of the most basic form, at least according to what I could find online. They initially used like sort of off-the-shelf version of Cellebrite to try to crack Thomas Crooks' devices. It was unsuccessful. And then they ultimately ended up sending it to Quantico, to the lab in Quantico, the FBI. They're an in-house lab in Quantico, and that's where they became successful. So, so it's kind of a false premise. It seems to me. I'll keep on looking, but it's a false premise to start off with because they tried using Cellebrite because it is sort of the most popular and considered to be the best off-the-shelf. I'm sure they have more specialized versions as well, but then they ended up the way they actually cracked the phone and eventually was by sending it to Quantico. So I think like that's it's one small piece in the general dishonesty of Joe Kent regarding this letter. And I urge everyone.
Cellebrite
Let
is
me
the
get to the
one
end of a
that.
quick. Let me get to the end of a quick
Well,
thought first.
I want to correct something you said. Cellebrite is the one that cracked the phone. They cracked the phone and then they sent it to Quantico, but they
No,
cracked it.
so what I found was the opposite. That the FBI tried cracking the phone with their product or Cellebrite themselves, and then they were unsuccessful doing that, and then they ended up sending it to the Quantico lab, and they were successful. That's what I read. It's worth looking into further to see what the actual truth of it was.
I have
The phone
I have
never
this.
the phone never left FBI possession. Never left our possession.
I have the citation here, so I'll just pull it up.
Okay.
But anyways, you can continue, AB.
Yeah, because it kind of ruined my train of thought. But it goes into, if that ends up being the case, which is what I found online, it goes into a broader pattern of Joe Kent's dishonesty. And I urge everyone who's genuinely open-minded, right? We have people on the stage who are not genuinely open-minded, to say the least. They don't have to be named, but on either side of any side of any issue, to be frank. So I urge, if everyone wants to get sort of, if they're like on the fence or they don't know or they just don't know enough one way or the other, go listen to that interview with Kent if you want, if you think it's valuable. But then also go listen today.
I highly suggest everybody go listen to the entire interview.
But then I also urge you, everybody, to go and listen to Dan Bongino, former FBI director, who's now back on his show. Had a very long monologue today, breaking down.
Didn't Jan Bongino also resign?
Dan Bongino did resign. Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
So I urge. No, it's nothing to do with the resignation. Is not why I find him uncredible. And resigning is nothing wrong with resigning or even being fired per se. It's about what he said when he resigned. That's what we're all talking about. We're not talking about his resignation. We're talking about the claims he made in his resignation letter and now subsequently in his. Hold on, let me just plug in my phone. In his interview with Tucker. So I urge everyone to listen to that and then go listen to Dan Bongino, like absolutely fisking and just demolishing the demagoguery of it. He mentions, Bongino does, among other things, that he offered. He's like I'm disgusted with this guy. He's like we were friends. He's like I offered him.
Is Dan Bongino biased towards Israel?
I don't know. I mean, people. If you look at something in an open-minded way, is Joe Kent biased against Israel?
Dan Bongino on camera when people asked about
You're getting me sidetracked from like what my argument.
Hold on.
Yeah,
It's an important context. You're telling my audience.
I don't think it is.
You are. Well, it is.
Yeah,
I think it
that's
is
exactly what he's doing.
Okay.
Yeah, you're telling my audience. You're sending my audience to not listen. Well, you didn't say not to listen to, so I think it's important. And I actually do encourage I encourage people to listen to multiple sources of position. But Joe
That's
Kent's
exactly what I'm saying. That's
Joe.
exactly what
Well,
I'm
hold
saying.
on, but there's an important context, right? Which is Dan Bongino is not objective. He is biased towards Israel. When he was asked on camera what he thinks about the most, he said the survival of no, was it survival? What did he say? It was um the I forget the word. I don't want to misquote it. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? The quote where he said, "What do you think about the most?" And he said, "The greatness of Israel." I think that's what he said actually.
Well, can we find it before we instead of humming about it and before like
No,
we
no,
try to.
that's what he said.
No,
It's a podcast.
you're obviously unclear about what he said. So, like I said,
Okay, it
you
doesn't matter.
mistakenly.
He is biased towards Israel.
Let
It
me
doesn't
make
matter.
my. I'm not going to be too long. Let me make my argument. So, you were about to falsely impugn what I said. What I said was watch the Tucker. If you want to watch the Tucker Joe Kent interview, if you do watch that, I also urge you to watch the counter argument, especially if you're open minded. If you're not open minded, don't watch either. You've already made your decision. Congratulations. But people who are genuinely open minded and they want the truth, they think the truth is important for the truth's sake. Watch the interview with Kent. Read his letter, his resignation letter as well, in full, or as much of it as you have time for, and then watch Dan Bongino's attempted takedown and fisking of his arguments. The truth is, it doesn't matter how good or bad or pro-Israel or anti-Israel or anti-Semitic or philo-Semitic either one of them is. The only thing that matters, if you care about the truth, is the quality of the argument and the evidence they bring towards the respective arguments. That's it. Okay.
Fuck yes, AB. Fuck yes.
On the Cellebrite thing I already mentioned, right? On the Cellebrite thing, from what I could tell, and we should collectively, we could ask, if Grok's here, we can ask Grok how they ultimately ended up getting into the phone. Maybe that would have shortened this, demagogic discussion. But from what I understand, Cellebrite was unsuccessful in cracking the phone, and then they sent it to Quantico, so it was in-house. Now, to your wider argument, actually, one more point on that. Cellebrite has separate U.S. subsidiaries with entirely, which means for legal purposes and for practical purposes, a U.S. company, right? And they also have an entirely separate board made up of 100% U.S. citizens to govern that subsidiary in America. Okay. Now to your wider argument, should the U.S. and it's kind of, and again, I find it
It's
to
not
be
an argument; it's a question.
no, but you made an argument and you have a question, right? Your argument,
Correct.
which you've made affirmatively, is that the U.S. should not rely on anyone else to protect the president. Am I fairly stating?
100%.
Okay.
100%.
Ideally.
Okay, right. So, it's hard to disagree. In a perfect world, right? If we got the world that we wanted, right, then absolutely, I think every country, ideally, in a perfect world, should be self-reliant, and in particular, we're talking about America, absolutely, in every single respect. Okay, we don't live in a perfect world, and in the real world, as it's always been, and as it is still right now, even though it doesn't, I don't think it applies to Cellebrite in this case. So I think it's like sort of just besides the point. But
Okay,
since
so it was Quantico Lab, but
yeah,
it used Cellebrites, which it launched the same month, by the way. New software, which imagine that. What are the odds? What are the odds that they just happened to launch the software
it's
needed for
totally
Quantico
because
to unlock it?
they
What are
killed
the
Charlie Kirk
odds? What are
or
the
President
odds?
Trump. That's the reason.
It's just
No, it must be.
amazing. It's just
It
amazing. It's
must be.
amazing.
It must
I'm just
be.
Almost
saying it's amazing.
everyone used
I
Celebrate.
just
All the law
what is
enforcement people.
the Tom? So, anyways, yeah, that's what I'm alluding to, because it's not a mutual situation. It's an intelligence situation where outsourcing a lot of our most crucial security apparatus intelligence to a foreign country. That's a problem.
So again, but can I?
At the highest level to the president. So let me finish. I'm going to read this. The FBI used an unreleased development version of Cellebrite's mobile forensic software to unlock Crook's newer Samsung Android phone. The main device recovered from his body. Pittsburgh field office failed with commercial tools. Device sent to Quantico Lab. Cellebrite provided urgent support, and the new tool unlocked in 40 minutes. So Cellebrite remote unlocked it. They accessed the device, even though it didn't go to Israel, right? And if I've done remote sessions, you have complete operational control of the device that you have remote access to. So
Yeah.
they did outsource the integrity of that investigation to Cellebrite and Israel. Period.
So so again, just to make the greater point, right? Number one, Cellebrite has entirely separate U.S. companies with a 100% board of American citizens overseeing those separate subsidiaries, which are completely separate entities
How many
from
of
a
them are
legal.
Jews?
I have no idea. You could do the Jew spotting for us, and you can come back to us with a report. But the point is, it's
What do you want to
completely
guess? It's
separate.
more than 50%.
Please don't interrupt me. You can say your stupid shit after I'm done saying my smart shit. So they have an entirely
Showing for
separate
Jews.
U.S. subsidiary. Yeah, always, all day, every day. But they have an entirely separate U.S. board with entirely separate citizens, and so the tech support, if it were done, was probably done within the U.S. Right? I'll land on this. To the greater point, in a perfect world, should all countries be 100% self-sufficient? Sure, and certainly, the world superpower. Sure, but that's just not the world. Forget it's not the world we live in now. Even in the era of a complete high tariffs. I mean, back in the day, where it was more of a mercantile thing. Free trade was not really a wide thing. It still wasn't true back then, right? There's always every country. We're also relying right now on Taiwanese wafers, right? Which is one of the big reasons why people always freak out, like, oh my God, what if China invades
Yeah,
Taiwan?
our president's safety doesn't
Yeah,
depend on
absolutely it
Taiwanese
does.
wafers. We're
Absolutely it does.
I
talking
got a
about
question for AB.
Absolutely. Hold on. Before you ask your question, let me finish my point, right? So we rely on a lot of countries for a lot of
Just never
very.
end.
Hold on. It slows it down the more you fucking interrupt, you dumb shit. Shut the fuck up. It's just
Excuse
not.
me?
It's just not. So like, would it?
AB, let me moderate.
Damn, that was wild.
No. I'm gonna. If someone's
He's
gonna interrupt me,
Jewish.
and my.
Calm down. Take a breath. I'm going to let you land your plane. Stop interrupting. It agitates him. He gets anxiety and he gets more worked up. So let's let him.
Okay, I'll keep it
I
in mind.
invited
Yeah,
him
man.
to the
As long
space.
as I just
I
want to kick
invited
their
the
ass.
space. Well, it gives
Yeah.
me anxiety. So go ahead,
All
AB.
right.
Don't interrupt
Yeah.
him. Give
So
him
yeah,
30,
absolutely.
45 seconds.
Thank you. So yeah, we should absolutely. I think very few people would argue we should absolutely strive towards maximum self-sufficiency, right? But it's just not realistic for any country, and it never has been in the entire it's basically since like small agrarian societies started meeting each other in the entire history of the nation state, for sure, and even before that to the empires, Persian, Roman, Chinese, you fucking name it, Silk Road. It doesn't matter. Countries always rely to some extent, right? One of them in a much more powerful position, one of them in a much more weak position on other countries. I think to make people feel better, obviously the vast majority of the security that America provides for its protectees is in-house, as it should be, and that's a good thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. That's a good thing, meaning the physical security of the Secret Service, the FBI, all the other security agencies, include many. There's many in-house software companies, et cetera, et cetera. But listen, we have Five Eyes, right? You've heard of Five Eyes before, where the U.S. teams up with the UK and Australia and Canada and New Zealand. I think is the fifth country, right? It just is the way it is. We're not going to have visibility in. There's threats that come out of the Middle East and Africa and Latin America.
That's true. That's true.
And you'll never be able to be as good as a Latin American
but this
yeah.
is a domestic. This is a domestic investigation.
Right, but
about
actually,
the highest. Hold on.
Yeah,
the highest level of office in the country, and
agreed.
that's not the same as what you're talking about, right? There is levels of priority in security, and this is at the very peak. And I don't think it should be outsourced in any way, shape, or form to anybody. And if our government is incapable of getting into a Samsung phone, then I fucking don't think we should be paying taxes. Period. If we have
Arguably,
to
yeah.
outsource the safety of our country, because that's what it is, right? To a foreign country, regardless of who that country is, be it Israel or anybody else.
Yeah, I get it.
I think that we have a major problem. And I have a question I posed. It's up in the Jumbotron. Go check it out. And I have the clip, AB. So whenever you're
Clip from what? Which clip? What's the clip?
The clip of let me read of Dan Bongino. So
okay, can I make my thing first?
Hold on. I just want to clarify what I'm talking about. I want to give our listeners a little break. The clip is AG, because he said if you go watch Joe Kent and Tucker, you should listen to Dan Bongino afterwards. So the last
Right.
word you hear is Bongino's opinion about it. Well, just make sure that when
You
you
can
do
watch it in a
so,
different order. You can watch Bongino first if you
make
want.
sure when
Go
you
ahead.
when you do so,
What
you
cause
take
is
into
dear to your
account
right? What
that when asked what cause was near and dear to his heart, I had the words wrong. Dan Bongino said this.
right? What cause is dear to your heart?
Cause is dear to my Israel, the defense of Israel.
What is number one?
So when Dan Bongino, our America First hero of the FBI who resigned after he failed on Epstein, when asked what near cause was near and dear to his heart, he didn't say, the protection of America or the saving of our country or even saving it from the Democrats.
Who
Right?
was he?
He
Do
didn't
you
even
want to tell
take
me?
a partisan position. His response, without even really thinking about it, was Israel and the defense of Israel.
Do you
So
want to? Do you
when
want to
make
share? Do you
sure
want to
that
share?
you take that into account when you hear his opinion of what Joe Kent said about the United States, President Trump, Israel, and Iran. Thank you.
Absolutely. Take that into account. Also, make sure you take into account all the text messages that were revealed when Joe Kent was running for president. Sorry, not president, for Congress. I'm sorry. Between his campaign manager and him, talking shit about Jews. Make sure you take into account what Nick Fuentes told Tucker Carlson about his relationship with Joe Kent. Make sure you take into account all those things so that you can take into account everybody's bias. I'm sure, Diligent, you would agree with that, right? You don't want people only taking into account one person's bias. You want everyone's bias taken into account, right? Right?
I would have you look into Joe Kent's bias, and since you brought up Dan
Thank you.
Bongino, I would have you look
No,
into
you
Dan
brought up Don
Bongino's
Benzino. I
bias.
brought up Joe Kent. I brought up
No, I
Joe Kent's
didn't.
bias.
No, I didn't. I didn't mention Dan Bongino. You did.
No, just now you brought up that
You
people should take it.
inserted him into the conversation. I wanted to
Correct.
point out that he
Correct.
was not objective.
Well, and I want to point out that Joe Kent's not objective for the reasons that I just said. So, but
Well, it
ultimately,
doesn't matter. Joe Kent was the one who resigned. That's why I'm talking about him.
AB's still talking.
Right. But the point
All right, we're
being
gonna
that
go to AB. I gave you 30, 45 seconds. I gave you
no. But
time.
you played the clip. I promise you I'll land the plane if you give me 30 uninterrupted seconds. 30 seconds.
Man,
Okay.
I already gave you 30 interrupted seconds.
No,
it's been
30
an hour and a half.
interrupted
I mean,
seconds.
a minute and a half.
Give me 30 uninterrupted seconds, please. Thank you. I appreciate the patience, right? Take into account everyone's bias. Like I said at the beginning, most importantly, take into account the quality of the actual argument and the evidence they present, no matter what their bias is, but do take into account their bias. About Cellebrite, there's a U.S. subsidiary with a U.S. board, and it's quite simply impossible to have 100% self-sufficiency. No country on earth, including the former Soviet Union, has it. And you should feel good about the fact that the vast majority of the security provided, digital or physical, most importantly to the president, is provided by U.S. Citizens, as it should be. That's it.
And Diligent, a quick Grok search. This is just Grok, not me doing digging. Retrieved that 3 of the 8 board members of Cellebrite are Jewish, 2 of which are Israeli Jews. So just throwing that out there.
Are they
That's
Israeli
fucking awesome.
citizens?
They are Israeli citizens, 2 of them out of the 8.
Yeah. So that
are all 8 of them. So the majority.
Why is that abnormal?
So the majority are not Israeli citizens.
Well, the reason why it's relevant is because he's saying, well, yeah, you're outsourcing the president's safety to Cellebrite, but Cellebrite has a U.S. office, and Ian's adding the context. Well, yeah, it has a U.S. office, but 3 of the board members are Israeli citizens. So is it really a U.S.
He said
office?
3 are
It's like
Jewish.
the
He said
argument
3 are
China was
Jewish.
making about TikTok.
He said 3
It
are
is
Jewish.
exactly.
Yeah.
It is the same argument that China made about TikTok.
3
Thank
are
you.
Jewish, 2 are
He
Israeli.
said 3 are Jewish, 2 are Israeli, and I bet you
Maze
all.
is my
Now
co-host.
listen, I got a question that has nothing to do about Cellebrite.
Hold on. Yeah, thank you. Maze, go ahead, and then we'll go back to the floor.
Thank
bottom
you.
right corner, please. Maze, can you reset the space?
Yes. Hi, everybody. Welcome. It is 8:40 p.m. here on the East Coast. Please do me a favor. Hit the little purple pill and repost the space. Of course, my voice is going to go out when I'm resetting the space. 1 second. Okay, I'm back, y'all. But repost the space. We're talking about Joe Kent, Charlie Kirk. We're talking about why it's a bad idea, in my opinion, to outsource anything security to any other country as it pertains to our country, our president, our infrastructure, because that puts us in a vulnerable situation. We want to hear from you too. If you're not on stage, post into the comments if you have any questions or comments, and we'll take a look there as well. So did you want me to just go ahead and inject my comment real quick?
I do.
Okay, so I did kind of weave it into the reset, but I do I think that ultimately and I'm curious to know if anybody disagrees with this and why, but putting things like our president's security in a situation that's happening now, doesn't that, let's just say, hypothetically speaking, let's just make it a different country like Indonesia or whatever, and Indonesia decides to wage a war against, I don't know, Pakistan. Okay, and they decide all of a sudden that, yo, you're going to get in on this, and it kind of it serves as a leverage of sorts, right? Like if we were to just kind of take out the whole Israel thing, just overall, somebody who loves your country, you wouldn't want that vulnerability to be held against you if, let's just say, they wanted to wage war, and they know that your strength and you flexing and you having their back ultimately would make them more powerful, or increase their likelihood of winning. I think that that puts us in a vulnerable situation, wouldn't you guys say? Do you disagree with that?
No, it wouldn't matter which country it was.
Right.
We wouldn't want them to have that kind of leverage over us.
Why are you so quiet, AB? I was waiting for you to pounce. You know what I'm saying? Be
Oh,
like,
sorry.
"Pew,
I'm,
pew,
I'm
pew."
researching.
Oh,
I'm researching something. What I just pulled up in the very quick time while you were talking was that the Cellebrite's U.S. subsidiary, Cellebrite's U.S. subsidiary that works with federal government entities like the one we're discussing right now, is 100% U.S. citizens, no Israeli dual citizens. You lying
Except
sack
for
of shit.
the Cellebrite.
Yeah, who's the parent company of that, you clown?
Well, I'm
Except
talking about
for
the U.S.
Are you serious?
Cellebrite was named, not the subsidiary, in reference to Thomas Cook's phone, right? So we'll just stick with that
But
because
the subsidiary is the one.
it was an unreleased software directly from Cellebrite's.
Cellebrite
The
federal.
subsidiary.
You could still have a problem with
I'm
it, but
not
I'm
saying that
stating
it
a fact.
doesn't exist.
But then
Okay,
let me
I'm just
finish the
sticking.
sentence.
No, because you're talking to Maze about the question she brought up. I'm
She
giving you
brought me into the conversation.
I'm giving you extra floor time to address what she just said.
Give me 10 seconds to say what I want to say.
No, because you don't take 10 seconds. You said we
I will
heard
take.
you.
I will take
We
literally
heard
10
you.
seconds.
The
I will
sister
take
company doesn't have any Israeli citizens on the board. We
not the
heard you.
sister company. The only part of the
The
company.
derivative company.
It's called the subsidiary. The subsidiary.
It's
that
also a
works with
derivative.
the subsidiary. It's called the subsidiary that works with the U.S. government. Only one part of it's called Cellebrite Federal Solutions. That one has a 100% U.S. citizen board, no dual citizens. Let me repeat, you lying sack of shit, Ian Malcolm.
Yeah, it's a subsidiary of what? Is this that difficult to understand?
Is this that
It's
difficult? If you
Why I
wanted to
different.
tell the
It's
know.
truth,
no different. It is no different than the TikTok thing. Like you're just doing semantics. It's a fucking circular argument. You're not addressing what you were asked. I'm giving you more floor time than you
it's
already had.
completely different from
You
the
are
TikTok thing, and we can
dominating the
talk about
I
it.
space, and
have
I'm
a
making
very
sure
basic
that you
question.
get an opportunity to have a conversation. Let's have a meaningful conversation. If you don't want to do that, you don't have to.
Right, but
Let's
just
get a.
don't let Ian Malcolm lie to your audience without me correcting him,
If
which I
the
just did.
parent, what does it matter if the parent company?
It
You
doesn't
realize,
fucking matter.
yeah, why
It
would
does
it
not
matter?
fucking matter.
Right, but
It's a moot point to the question. The
right.
fact of the matter is that TikTok was sold because its parent company was with China. TikTok was its own US based company that had a parent company in China. The parent company and the derivative or the subsidiary is the problem. The fact that there is a connection there, right? There is a compromise there. The same
But
problem exists with here. A potential, I'm not saying that they were, right? I'm not saying, let me just make this clear. I am not saying that Israel has done anything wrong. Okay? I'm just make that clear. What I'm saying is that it is a potential compromise for the security of the United States to depend on a third party to investigate an assassination attempt on the highest level of office, especially in the context of what Joe Kent said yesterday. Regardless of whether or not you think Joe Kent is credible, is irrelevant because, right, it highlighted, for me at least, the fact that we outsourced President Trump's safety to a third party that is controlled by a foreign
It's not
government.
an honest
That
diligence.
is
It's not an honest way of framing it.
it
It's not an
is a
honest way of
honest.
framing
I
it.
just said that Joe Kent was irrelevant.
Joe, can I ask a question to the room
Saying
and
that
to
we
AB?
outsource it is not an honest way
May
of
I?
framing it because it makes it seem as if all aspects of President Trump's security are
I
governed by
guess the
some
answer is
Israeli
no.
entity,
If
which is
you
a
can't
lie.
identify, who tried to kill President Trump on your own, we have a problem. If you have to depend on a foreign country that has not sworn an oath to the U.S. Constitution to determine who may have been involved to try to take him out, that is a problem. They are not beholden to Americans' interest the way
It's
that our own are.
obvious.
The entire
Period.
board, the
May I
entire
Period.
just
board,
This is
may I
the
just
entire
make
common
a
board of
quick
the
sense.
company
comment?
is
This is
beholden.
common
AB,
sense.
AB,
This is common
AB.
sense shit. We're gonna go to someone else. I give you
Diligent, may
your
I make a
time,
quick
brother.
comment
Yes.
regarding
And then
Cellebrite?
Joa.
All right, look, it's not just the board, right? The day-to-day operations are dealt with the C-level executives. There are multiple C-level executives, including the chief technology officer, the chief information officer, the chief people officer, who are Israeli citizens. It's not the board that makes the day-to-day decisions. It's these people. So let's be also put that into perspective. And these are not dual citizens. These are just Israeli citizens
Look,
who are
this is
on this
simple.
board.
If I own a subsidiary, they do what I tell them. But
Of
that's not
course.
my question. Is this? I mean, put aside the fact that I do know Joe Kent, okay? But and I don't know Bungino. But my question is to Room and AB. I mean, I never followed Bongino, but I was hearing that this is a guy that was saying we got to get the Epstein files. We're going to turn the place upside down, and he went in there and did nothing. So what am I missing?
I mean, Epstein was Jewish, and so the Jewish-owned government
Oh,
covered
come
it
on.
up.
Come on. I think you're
No,
just trying to
I'm
trigger
just
these
talking
guys.
about. I'm just
Well,
talking
Let me
about
yeah,
go.
let's
I'm
get
gonna let
back
me
to the
credibility.
question at
yeah,
hand.
let me yeah, we're getting yeah. And Joe's got his hand up and I want to get to the hands, give me anxiety. Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to correct something. It is not the quality of the argument that makes it true, by the way, which is what AB had said. It's facts. And when you hear from someone, it's the quality of the man or the past of the man that you can judge whether he's being honest or not. And someone brought up a good point about someone saying they're Epstein files and then turns around and doesn't do exactly what he said. That takes away credibility if that's who you're hearing it from. Plus, what a person says why he left, I believe that's why he left. Why is he lying about why he left? But to the greater point, Diligent, look, we have so many different systems that are Israeli. Like you mentioned that one uh, with the decryption, but you also have Elbit, right? Elbit, we're supposed to protect our borders. It is an Israeli company. It was originally called, before Elbit was called Elron Electronic Industries. When it was Elron, it was started by someone who was the head of the 8200. His partner was in Shin Bet. Then you have Carbine, which can track every United phones in America. Just happens to be biggest investor is Epstein and the ex-head of Shin Bet and a prime minister of Israel. Why is it always government officials that are taking companies into America, quickly getting contracts, even when they're broken, like Elbit, by the way, which did not work for months, and Congress approved an additional 160 million. Sorry, it was supposed to be 160 million. It was 138 million that was improved to fix the technology. And constantly, we have security technology in America that doesn't belong to Americans. Who, to me, it bothers me this decryption software, Diligent, because guess what? I don't think Israel took the shot on Trump. But if they did, and they could take stuff off people's phones before they give it to the FBI, it's a perfect Patsy story oh, we weren't able to break into it. Who knows? Maybe they did break into it. Maybe they deleted stuff from it. Who knows? That is a problem, right? Because we don't have control of it. And that's why you can't trust foreign technology to operate your thing. Look, if it's a weapon, that's one thing. If it's security that gives someone an in to do dirty stuff. For example, what if they want to let in a bunch of people to create a false flag through the border? They can just shut down an elbow tower. You're not going to even know because they're broken half the time. And there you go. Right? There's so much stuff that leaves us wide open to a country that has sold US military secrets to China, not once, not twice, 3 times, to our enemy. That is a problem. How do you trust them with any information, any technology, much less the whereabouts of every single American who has a cell phone and the ones who are supposed to secure our borders remotely? How do you do that? You know what I mean? This is absolute insanity about how much control is in America. And it's not look, it's not the Jew. I don't agree with Ian. Sorry, Ian. It's not the Jews. It is there's a military class or an elite class or whatever the hell it is from Israel that has their fingers all over America and every single security apparatus there is. The more you look, the more you find. And that is a problem. And they quickly get government contracts, which doesn't make sense. Just like Elon didn't get his contracts for the rockets didn't make sense for him to get it right away, right? It's because he had a friend in the office. The same thing is happening here. There are people in office that are giving these contracts, and we're giving away our security to a foreign nation, and we don't know how it's being used against us. But we do know that at least if you trust Trump, when he said, "I didn't allow them to go attack that oil field," although Israel saying that they did, that's going to keep us in Israel. Now we're in a situation where you can't cut and run, you can't try to negotiate. Now you have a serious problem because now you need to figure out how the hell you're going to control oil prices before the banking system crashes in America. Thank you, Israel. That's what they did. And Trump is saying he never gave the order. They're saying that they did. And this is why you can't trust foreign countries, even if you consider them an ally, when it comes to security at all. That's all.
Especially the security of your nation's leader. It's insane. It's
It's
insane.
just living.
And
It's
to
again.
and to
It's a
hear and to
dishonest. It's just a
hear
very dishonest
and
way
to
of framing it.
hear and to
Because
hear
because
people.
because we use some software from an
Why are
allied
you
country.
interrupting me? You guys have all had a long time to speak. Why can't
Yeah,
the
go
host
ahead.
Yeah, but
talk?
he's right though. Like it's a
Why?
dishonest.
Okay, motherfuckers, mute your fucking mics. So,
I like the way you said
uh,
motherfuckers. Yeah.
yeah. So that's how I say motherfuckers. So, anyways, why you are outsourcing? If you can't identify the threat, then the threat remains. You can't eliminate a threat you can't identify. If you're dependent upon identifying that threat on a third party, you are in fact, de facto, right? Dependent upon that party to eliminate the threat. That is the absolute definition of security. If you can't eliminate the threat on your own and you're dependent upon that third party, your president's safety relies on that third party, right? And so, yeah, you can say so well all you want about ideal, but we're talking about the man who has the ability to push the nuclear codes, right? Who enacts all of our quick decisions, the 60-day decisions when it comes to defending our country. This is the man that does that, that's duly elected by we the people, right? So I disagree that I'm that the framing is incorrect. If someone shoots our president, which is what happened, people don't want to believe it. I don't want to have that debate. Somebody shoots our president, and the only way we can determine whether or not he did it on behalf of a foreign country is to rely on a foreign country. That is a problem. That framing's not incorrect. The company
Yeah,
is
it is.
founded and
Yes, it
derived.
is. Yes,
The
it is.
company is
Bill,
derived
we can
from
tell you how it is.
All right, so I'm gonna have to put you in the corner for interrupting me. The country is derived from a foreign country, right? Or I'm sorry, the company is derived from a foreign country. And if we have to rely on it to identify the threat, then we have to rely on it to eliminate the threat. And the threat is ongoing until that occurs. We are dependent upon that foreign country for our president's safety. And I have a fucking problem with that. Every American should have a problem with that. And the fact that our president is acting out of line with what his promises were. He has taken an unpopular foreign policy with the base that elected him. Both sides are not happy about this. I don't care. 100% of MAGA is on board with this. Nobody's buying that shit. Nobody's fucking buying that shit. So the fact of the matter is that we are too reliant upon a third party, Israel, in this regard, for the safety of our leaders, and it has compromised our foreign policy. And I'm not okay with that. I'm not okay with that at all. This needs an independent investigation. And I would say, I don't even know if there's a way to actually accomplish it. I'm trying to think. How do you have, we need a special council convened by a law via Congress, right? We need a special counsel that has plenary power over all of the bureaucracy to be able to investigate and charge anybody who is involved with whatever's going on here, right? Because somebody was allowed to take a shot at President Trump. The investigation was not fully, we didn't see all of the receipts, right? Like we never got the forensic audit of the phone. The phone that Cellebrite looked at, those records were never released to the public. Why not? Why not? So a foreign derived company can see the contents of that phone, but me as a taxpayer whose kid lives here and who lives here as a citizen, I can't see the contents of that phone. That's a fucking problem. That's a fucking problem. Let's go to Joa.
You know what else is more worrisome to me, Diligent? And look, you were probably around during 9/11. Remember it? Remember how they were investigating everyone who bought options in the airline companies? Like they were pinpointing who bought options and had prior information, and then they went and confiscated the money because they had prior info. But then we see a person who typically makes good business decisions, which is Lucky Larry, right? Who 7 weeks before the tower goes down, leases the tower, takes out 4 times the insurance, and everyone wrote about this deal and said it was the worst deal in American history because it would bankrupt him within 7 months, right? Okay, coincidence. What about when it happens again? When we go to Venezuela, again named the worst deal in American history, Paul Singer buys Citgo, which has first rights to all the Venezuelan oil in December. Again, just a few weeks before we go and take that oil, and finally Citgo was in a marvelous, incredible deal. Like, again, it is a Zionist that gets it first time and second time. And these people typically they were wealthy because they were really sharp investors. You can't predict the future unless somehow someone has a crystal ball about what they're about to do and made the worst business decision in American history if they didn't know what was about to happen. This is an even
Witness the
bigger.
dishonesty.
This is
Witness the dishonesty.
I didn't talk over you, AB. Shut the fuck
You're
up.
witness
Shut
to the
up.
fucking dishonesty.
Shut up.
Joa Land, you're playing. AB, please stop.
Yeah, there's no dishonesty here. Everyone can look at the facts. Type in Paul Singer, type in Larry, look at the worst business deals in America, and you will see what comes up. And both of them support Israel. Paul Singer is the #1 funder of the IDF, by the way. And this is a guy who's a billionaire because he makes smart business decisions. Lucky Larry was good because he made smart business decisions. Why would he make a decision that would absolutely bankrupt his entire career within 7 months if he didn't know something was going to happen? This is an even bigger issue than the technology issue, and it shows how embedded they are with our government, that they have prior information to things happening, which shows they had prior information about 9/11 as well, and about Venezuela, and now they have our security
Potentially.
technology too, potentially, and our technology as well. It is a serious issue, And if we investigate people that buy the options of the airline companies, you should investigate the people that made the worst business decision of their life and winds up being the best in the world.
And we also need to investigate the third
What,
parties that have
George?
access
Just to
to the
clarify, what
intelligence.
did you clarify one thing about what were you saying that Larry Silverstein? That's what you're talking about. What were you saying that he did that was looked like a bad decision, but ended up being super lucky? Can you
Yeah,
explain?
he leased the World Trade Center. Okay. The
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
asbestos would have cost him 3 times the amount of the lease, which he didn't have the money for. Okay. And he took out 4 times. I'm sure you have a home. Do you pay 4 times the amount of insurance on your home, AB? It makes
Right.
zero
So this
sense.
is what I was talking about, dishonesty, right? And I have to say, America is cursed by the fact that anti-Semites are retards, but we're also blessed by the
Oh,
fact that anti-Semites are
Jesus.
retards. And I'll explain to you why.
Bro,
Can you
you're
make
the
a?
smartest
I'll
sounding
explain.
retard.
Stop virtue signaling. Get to
No,
what's wrong.
I'm gonna
Get
say
to
what I
what
want to
you're
say.
saying is
I am gonna get
wrong.
to it. I'm getting to it right now.
Stop
I'm getting
name
to it.
calling, though. I'm tired of it.
Okay, no. Larry Silverstein took out a. This is what you're hiding from your audience. You lying sack of shit.
It's
Stop with the ad
My
hominems,
God. I mean,
please.
seriously.
Like he's hosting it. It's like, come on, man.
Okay,
like a
great.
tick when they get nervous. They start
No,
tick.
just when I don't like when
They get
people
Tourette's.
lie. I fucking hate
Anti-Semitism.
liars. I'm
It's like
allergic to
Tourette's.
Yeah.
liars.
Well, have some
You
self
know what
control.
happened? Let me explain to you a
Talk
logical
about
reason
the
why.
AB. Talk about
Let
the
me explain.
facts. Get
I'm
to
going
the
to talk about it.
facts.
Let me
Then
explain to you
please
a
do. Then
logical.
shut up and get to the facts.
Let me explain to you a logical.
I'm going to give you 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds to tell me what is a lie about his statements. And this is, and he's talking about the potential security risk involved with the situation and a foreign country. So
No, he was talking.
tell me the lie, and then tell me that's the discussion we're having, right?
The lie specifically regarding Larry Silver.
Tell me the lie and why it's a
You don't have
lie.
to say
That's
tell
what
me the lie when I'm about to tell you the lie. Let me fucking tell you the
okay,
lie. Fuck's sake.
okay, okay. Little bit of a timeout.
It's like
Okay.
fully
A
spurging
timeout.
out right
Yep.
now.
Yeah, a little bit of a timeout. All right,
Yes,
we're gonna
Jewish.
go to Doctor Strange because he has a really calming vibe, and we're gonna let him have a calming vibe. I'll have Maze do a sound bowl if you guys don't stop it. Go ahead, Doctor Strange.
Thanks, Diligent. Appreciate it. Hopefully, I won't put you to sleep, but nevertheless, I want to go back to this our greatest ally thing. Similar to what Joe has said, I want to go back to the point he made. Our greatest allies don't spy on each other, and then they don't take your sensitive technology and sell it to your adversary. The former CIA director, James Woolsey, told a Senate Government Affairs Committee that Israel had been selling US secrets to China for about a decade. And then for more than 12 years, the US demanded Israel cancel that contract with China, which was basically selling them Python 3 missiles, which included other kinds of technologies for sidewinder missiles. And it took a long time for them to finally agree and then stop. What's interesting is, and the irony, the Chinese have helped the Iranians with their missile technology. So it may very well have been that the missile technology that the Israelis took from us and gave it to the Chinese turned around and gave it to the Iranians, who are now using it against Israel. I mean, it's just mind-boggling. The other point that I wanted to make is that what the Israelis, almost all software companies that operate, all U.S. software companies, they push them to give the code as well as backdoor access. The prime one was WhatsApp, right? Meta. So Israel was given the source code of WhatsApp as well as backdoor access. So then Israel, I think the company was called NSO, they created an illegal product from it called Pegasus software spyware. And then they used this Pegasus spyware to basically target journalists, lawyers, human rights activists, and they sold it across multiple countries. Now, the implications of that,
This is true.
and then basically, Meta, you can look this up. Meta basically filed a lawsuit in 2019, and it took 5 years. After 5 years, they were given a certain amount of damage. They were found guilty, and then they were given damages. But the actual damage is much higher because those products that are used globally, our software products that are used globally, a lot of countries will no longer trust them because they say, oh, the Israelis will have backdoor access. I can't trust this. I'd rather go buy somewhere else. So this relationship is one of abuse. So if you want to basically leverage Israel for some of your most highly sensitive, secure stuff, you've got issues. I'm not, you know, that I don't like anybody who says things about Jews or anything, but from a relationship perspective, this is an abusive relationship. This relationship needs to change. There needs to be a reset because it's a one-way abuse. It's a one-way relationship where they get the best of it, and we end up always having to clean up their mess. Whether it's the Iraq War, whether now it's the Iran War, and the list goes on. I'll end it there.
Thank you, Dr. Strange. Katie, you've been waiting very patiently. It's had you behind my request button. I apologize. Are you still there? Katie Stuckey.
Yes, I'm here. I've been waiting.
I apologize. I just noticed that you were still down there. Go ahead.
Yeah, she's been there for a while. Thanks, Katie.
Yeah, it drops you down right behind the request button, so I can barely see you. That's a problem. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I've been enjoying listening and sometimes almost crying. But what the Dr. Strange says, he's right on the mark. He's so close to it. It's like he can almost touch it. But what I wanted to ask you two questions. I actually DM'd you. But with Charlie Kirk's assassination, to get back onto that, I do know that about was it a few weeks, may have been a month before he passed, he asked for an audit in Turning Point, and he also started speaking against um, the nation of Israel, and oops, and before anyone claims that I'm an anti-Semitic, I have very many beautiful, wonderful Jewish friends. In fact,
You don't need
one
to
of my
qualify. You don't need to qualify your statements. Just make your statements. You're good.
but I'm not anti-Semitic though. But when he started speaking against them, I do know that him and his wife ended up having a separation on a personal note, and it was only a few days after that that he was then put down. And I think the only one person spoke the truth about him, and that was Elon, when he said that Charlie was a light and the darkness had to put him down. And that's all I know that Mr. Musk could say, because that's all he was probably allowed to say. And as far as you're saying about the people who are quote unquote going for security software or whatever that company's name is, I I think America is perfectly capable of looking into their own securities, and they're perfectly capable of unblocking a phone. I mean, heavens, my friend Matt hacked the FBI when he was 16 years old, and he's a genius. And they're still in contact with him when they need help with things. And he's just a nobody here down in Arkansas. And he keeps under radar. So I mean, this is America is by far not stupid at all. And it's not that we couldn't do it with whatever phone was in question. It's the fact that we had to have them do it. And if you look at it through that lens and you realize why we had to have them do that, I think that gives a great more deal of clarity and precision in the viewpoint of it. And as far as our wonderful president, and I did vote for him, definitely, I was a great supporter. Um, the assassination attempt was not meant, it was never meant to kill him. It was only ever meant to warn him, to let him know at any point in time his plug could be pulled. Um, I can't really give you a direct source, but I did message you how I
Well,
know this.
we don't do that here. I gotta be able to. Yeah, I don't want to present it as fact if I can't offer
Mhm.
primary evidence. So we don't do that here.
Another reason why I think that we have the phone problem and the technology that had to be quote unquote outsourced, it didn't have to be. It just we had the people here that could do it, but it had to be. I'm probably not making kind of
They
sense,
chose
but
not to. They chose not to. We get it. We get it.
yeah.
Thank you, Katie. My co-host has her hand up. I'm gonna go until 10 p.m. Eastern, so we got another 40 minutes, 45 minutes, and then I'll do a subscriber after space, and then we'll call it a night. Thank you so much, Katie. Go ahead, Harmony, and then David and Sean.
Yeah, so just to kind of piggyback off what Katie said, and also I was reading in your comments, not just today, but yesterday as well, that some people think that, Donald Trump may be, being used and he's not safe. And so I'm just thinking to myself, the only person that I think, would be Elon that could, I guess, essentially like, blink twice if you're okay kind of thing. But I don't know. Like, I kind of agree with where Katie was at. So I just wanted to say that.
But even Elon is on a leash. He's said that himself. He likes to disrupt, but even he is not allowed to disrupt too much, or he would be ended as well. He has said this openly in interviews. So it's not just corruption on the grand scale of governmental level; it's world level.
Well, and he did delete his tweets about the Epstein files regarding Trump. Remember,
Well, I
that
mean,
was
he
one
said
thing that
that if he
happened.
goes after the corruption too hard to Joe Rogan, that they would kill him. He just said he did say that outright during his interview. So, thank you, Harmony, and thank
Sorry.
you, Katie. No, you're good. You're good. Who did I say was next?
Me.
David.
Shall I go next, or you want someone else to go next?
If I said it was you, it's you. Go.
Okay. Well, great space, my friend. I would just say this. It's really around the subject of security. I really like that you kind of honed in on that. We clearly see, and this is around a lot of the other issues, that people that represent Israel, they're very intolerant. And I for one, don't know how to respond. My point is, I don't have the hate back. And they make threats and they call you names and they ditch. I feel Palestinian when they do it. I'm like, wow, if you cross paths, the personality changes. And all of a sudden you've got the Mark Levins of the world just telling you oddly, why we get to take away your citizenship, why you're just the worst person and we really really hate you. And it reminds me of Jesus, the Islamic tale of Jesus, when he was yelled at and the guy passed by and then his companion said, why didn't you yell back? And he said, because why do you respond with kindness? And he said, because that's all I have in my purse. So we really should just the way we move forward, knowing we're really hated if we just resist it all, if we stand up for our Americanism. We just have to respond with love. And on this subject, Diligent, no one has brought this up. I know that you know about this because you've covered it. Remember during the Epstein situation, we're talking about a foreign country, actually, possibility of a foreign country blackmailing Americans. Our Speaker of the House said we can't release everything because there are national security implications, and we all said, "Huh? Child molestation is a national security implication? You can only mean one thing about one country. I mean, maybe we could sort of extrapolate in some other way, but it looks really bad." And remember, this is the same country, speaking of information, sharing information. When we had a reconnaissance ship called the USS Liberty out near them, they attacked them. And again, maybe they were operating maybe in their own self-interest. And they called our soldiers, who, by the way, were medaled after that, the ones that survived and fought them for a long time, and said, no, 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 they for sure knew who we are. And they said our soldiers were liars. Now, if you were a third country, you would say, and I'm kind of tying this into what May said, you might say, okay, well, they say they're liars and they say they're not, but we side with our people. We side the people who took an oath to our country. And so I like what May said earlier because I wouldn't give this power to anybody. I mean, our friend here came in and said, well, no, the Silk Road, which was kind of comical. No, of course, you wouldn't give this power. And why would you want it? Of course, we don't need you. This idea that you're just smarter and we just can't handle, we can't handle hacking into a phone without you. Of course, this is all ridiculous. But of course, why would you want to, given that you are often have proven that you have a disparate interest than we do, as every country does, by the way. We don't really even I kind of respect this. So the idea that you would want that, knowing that you're suspected as to be a part of all these things, and then when we would say, no, you shouldn't have that, you call us names and you represent the very hatred that makes us go, oh yeah, now I thought that I didn't want to give these people power. Now I really know that want to give these powers. So just in terms of information, what do you say about that, Diligent? Don't you think it should be even more something we should be wary about, given that our Speaker of the House said that there are national security implications to releasing the Epstein's files, meaning another country involved? Don't you think that should give us more pause to give away our data, especially on our president, to a foreign country?
I mean, in the context of national security, well, I mean, that shouldn't have been a thing, anyways. Um, it needs to be just the very fact that we're dependent upon a foreign without the other context. Um, because you're assigning what he said to the foreign country aspect of it, and I think that's not fair because we don't know
We
if
don't
that's
know.
what he
Sure.
was.
Right.
We don't know if that's what he's describing to. So I'm just being
We,
honest
we
there.
it certainly begs the question, given that obviously.
It does
Yep.
beg the question.
Right, but absolutely, as a citizen journalist, which you are and I'm not, I would say, we don't know for sure, but then it gets back to, okay, but don't give them the information. Don't let them track everybody. They're talking about abrogating our respect. Fitz did it. He wants laws against us being able to criticize them. They talk in an un-American way. And listen, God bless them, the fact that they care about their country and it's at our expense. But of course, that kind of makes our point, doesn't it? It kind of makes our point that we have disparate motives, different disparate interests, disparate fealty. Dual loyalty is no loyalty. You cannot dine at two tables. So yes, of course, you wouldn't want to share that information. Yes, you would. And by the way, with any country in that way. And so, absolutely, now the space is coming close to landing. I think we've all kind of figured out. I think the majority of us think it's obvious here.
Uh, um, and I would still think that we have to get our house in order, regardless of there's a corrupted element within the security apparatus and the bureaucracy that is working with foreign interests. It's literally, quite literally, treason. They're committing treason. There's a treasonous element within our bureaucracy that has to be identified and routed. Period. Um, because if it is compromised and working on the behalf, let's just say that it's working with Israel. Well, if Israel decides to work with one of our adversaries, that's a direct line into our security apparatus. So if Israel decides it wants to work with China or Russia or North Korea, right? And it has this much leverage into our system just through Cellebrite. That's just one example. There are tons of examples of them having incredible amounts of intelligence and cybersecurity access to our systems and our infrastructure. It is a weak point that needs to be addressed. But the scary part for me is Trump being afraid for his life. Um, People every day, I think I see every day, just about, I see news or I post news, right? Or we discover something that I'm like, our fathers or our grandparents would be marching in the streets over this. And we have become conditioned to accept tyranny and despotism and all of the things that were described by our forefathers as not being acceptable, even in the Declaration of Independence. Um, I don't know. Like I'm always asking myself, what is going to be the final straw? Is there a final straw? I don't know. Oh, what's the solution here? I don't know what the solution is here. I think of Marjorie Taylor Greene's resignation address often. When you're ready to free the country, I'll be here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she's there, you know.
And,
And
and
so
and by the way, we declared our independence. When someone says that, oh well, our motivate, they're our allies. Well, guess what? We were actually part of England, and they were like our blood. We were consanguineous. We were from the same blood, and yet we declared our independence from them. So peoples and motivations and lands change, and the idea that you would want to give, especially this one who clearly doesn't like us, the answer isn't revenge. The answer is to declare our independence again. That which defines us as Americans is our autonomy. And these people that are saying we're really angry because you won't let us control you, and when Benjamin Netanyahu wags his finger at you and says we're coming after you, our weapons, the new weapons is technology, and we bought TikTok, and now we're going to talk to Elon, and we're coming after you, but you Americans, and of course we don't want that. Like our God-given right to freedom, William Wallace said it best about, are you so used to taking scraps from Longshanks tables that you've forgotten about your God-given right to freedom? No, we shouldn't let anybody treat us this way. And then when we emancipate ourselves, we should wish them well. We should say, no, I'm sorry. Like, you're in charge. You do you. I'll do me, and I'll comport myself honorably and with integrity. And then I'll get treated that way. I'll teach the world how to treat me, and you can go teach the world how to treat you. And that's it. Just maybe we can't be good roommates, but maybe better neighbors as long as we have our autonomy back. So yeah, you're right. I don't know if it can happen, Diligent, because it's just so pervasive. Like the big beautiful swamp is something that now Trump is responsible for. But maybe it's possible that we have if any country can do it, if any country can have a renaissance of freedom, it's us, and I hope that we get there.
amen. Maze, Harmony, the floor is yours.
So I just wanted to kind of build on your point. I think that when we have CTI League, which is founded by former Israeli intelligence corporations, where they're managing the critical infrastructure of the United States, everything from the medical infrastructure, which it started in 2020, which is ironic, right? That was the year of COVID and all that happened. Then the scope of which they began doing cybersecurity for expanded all the way to our nuclear reactors, our water dams, our energy grids. Like they're managing, this is being outsourced to foreign intelligence. And I think that even understanding, like, let's just say the security of the president or whatever, that puts us in such a vulnerable situation because in times in which, let's just say, they are controlling the perception of the president, whether it's overt or covert or whatever, saying that we need to go to war with Iran because of this. They have the ability with this access to control the flow of information. They have the ability to leverage it, you know, against us in times where, let's just say, there's wars being presented that's not in our best interest. We're in that predicament right now. And so I just wanted to say that. Go ahead, Harmony.
Thanks, Maze. Yeah. What I wanted to say is I don't know if it was Yitz or someone else before, but they were saying like, "Oh, you guys sound paranoid," or that you're schizo and that you need to listen to the government. And I was just thinking to myself, how many people have to resign within the government before we're like, okay, we're gonna like listen to these people who are resigning? So yeah, that was just what I was thinking.
I really hope we see more. Because that's going to be a really strong message. You can't, it's kind of like they can't kill us all. That saying. If we see more resign at once, it's going to be a really big signal to the American people. My headphones just died, so I got to switch them out. Can we go to the hands, girls? Whoever.
May I make a quick comment? I'm not seeing any other hands up.
Yeah, Sean's hand is up. He's been up here for a
Oh,
while, but if you
then
have
let's
some,
go to Sean. I was
okay,
just gonna be, well,
well,
it
well,
is
go
quick,
ahead,
but
and then we'll go to Sean. It's
all
fine.
right, thanks. I posted something on the in the Purple Nest. Um, in 1997, this is there's an article by the Times of Israel, and it's dated from 2014, where Netanyahu met Bill Clinton, and this was before anybody knew about Monica Lewinsky or anything of that came up. And he essentially offered him the Monica Lewinsky tapes in exchange for a pardon of John J. Pollard. Now, the CIA analyst John Kiriakio, I hope I butchered his name, and many others have repeatedly said that the spyware that Israelis have are all over the US, especially within government. And the fact that Netanyahu had the Monica Lewinsky tapes before anybody else did, and he was willing to trade it with Bill Clinton to get a pardon for John J. Pollard, I mean, that's damning. What more do you want to know that this relationship, the security of our own government is breached, right? And this is not a US article. This is an article from the Times of Israel, and it's based on a book that was written as well. So just I hope people can wake up, and please take a look at in the Purple Pill. The article goes into details, or you can just Google it. Everything I say, I provide receipts for, so it's not out of thin air. I'll land it there.
Wow, that's wild.
Yeah, I've seen the Monica Lewinsky thing a number of times. I haven't really looked into it.
She was also Jewish.
Jeez, bro.
I love Ian, bro.
All right, Sean.
Yeah, thanks, Diligent. Interesting space to say the least. Cellebrite is a forensics company, not a national security software company. And they also are designed to work with a US based, I don't know if they're technically a security company as well, but Palantir, which it seems like nobody here wants to be a part of. But they're a US based company. So it's curious to me that people don't support US based companies, but they don't support foreign companies
They're
either.
they're they're not. They're digital intelligence and mobile forensics. So they are an intelligence company, literally.
Okay, I'm just going off of what I found. But I would say so. I know I'm worried about the future of my grandkids as you are with your kid. So it's just a suggestion, and I don't know if you are or not. Get her involved in your local politics. Get her involved in precinct, in becoming. I know she's young. She's not. She's got some life to live. But get her interested in understanding where the power really comes from, and why we keep having these. I'll just say same old people we vote for, because we don't fix that apparatus. We don't get involved in becoming a precinct chair. We don't get involved in becoming it. We just allow
Oh, you're rugging.
in
You're rugging. It's
us
bad. It's bad.
a
It's
person
bad.
or two.
Are you there? Okay, it was bad for a second. Continue.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I got involved. I don't know what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
so
A lot of people got involved. We won the
right.
election in a landslide, all across the board. So, how much more involved in politics can you get when you win the House, the Senate and the presidency, and you still have America last policy.
Hold on. So that's where you may not have heard what I was saying. You
You said
have to
local. I heard you
change.
say local.
Right, but I also said precincts. You have to start
Hmm.
changing the precinct, become a precinct chair, right?
Hmm.
Because that gives you the power to vet the people who are going to run for your local your local government, and even maybe get into your state government, becoming a delegate. So that's where we have to make the changes. Otherwise,
Yeah, but
we're
that doesn't.
still allowing the rot to go upwards.
But the president's the one that's making this policy, sir. Not our elected, not our state or even U.S. Representatives. Did we lose him? Dang.
No, I'm here.
Yeah. So I know. I spent, I spent the midterms year listening to the precinct captains and this and get involved. And I didn't do a precinct captain because I like to travel, but I did do it my own way. We won everything. And here I am looking at another war, looking at another Iraq, looking at another Afghanistan, wondering why. How could it go so wrong when we won everything? You can just have faith a little harder. Just trust the plan a little more. Just be more active. I don't think that we could. I don't think that I do not think it makes a difference. We did that. We won. Even at the local level, Republicans won everywhere, right? There was a lot of House seats that switched. And well, not House seats. Well, there was at the beginning, but look at the Senate, right? Like there was a big switch. There was a big shift that occurred. We thought it was going to happen in 2022. It didn't happen in 2024. And the policy is the same. We're not talking about locally. Of course, that affects your daily life more than anything. But the focus of this conversation is foreign policy, and that is a direct result of the president, right? And how he may or may not be compromised. And it appears, since he's going against what he said, that he may be. And it might be because he's threatened. And we need to figure out if that's the case. There's enough evidence to merit an investigation, at the very least, if not by our own government, then by us. And that's what I'm here for. But I am going to call it a night. I just want to make sure you guys are following Maze and Harmony, my co-hosts, and all the people on stage, whether you disagree with them or not. Ian, Joa, David, Dr. Strange, Akunji, Jack, Terry down there. Destiny down there, a bunch of legends. If you want to support what I'm doing, turn all notifications on for my account, and you'll never miss when I host these spaces. Go follow me on YouTube. Share that link out with your normie friends who aren't on X. And always, if you want to participate in these conversations, the only way to do so is to come on X, request in X Spaces. If you want to support what I'm doing, there's a subscription button on my profile, and I do subscriber only after Spaces to give value to my subscribers. And we have a subscriber community as well. The link for that's up in the Jumbotron. I wish you all, please pray for our country. Please just pray for our country and the world even right now. There is a very big potential for a lot of calamity. And I think that we're going to see more darkness before we see light. So have a blessed night, everybody. Thank you. And we'll see you again real soon.